They called me. The guy on Friday is very anal. He calls me. He's the only one that makes me pot the volume down. Everybody else, got your signal? We're good to go. Okay, I got your signal. Pot down. I'm running a radio station here. I really shouldn't be taking the station off the air for 3 seconds. But I do anyhow.
Morning, EB.
Poll questions up. We're ready to go.
Feeney all fired up for the game tomorrow?
I thought that was Canes football, Feeney. Ha!
The Joe Sagacki interview got a few people fired up.
Yeah.
College sports. Baby Jules, it is a football Friday. Good morning to you. Coffin Ball. I love Don't know if Mama Moulton's on board yet. Sometimes she gets on board like 6:20. I thought North Dakota State represented, though. Albar. I don't think I've seen Albar in a while. Shimko trying to calm expectations. If you're going to go nuts before kickoff.
David, just beware. Be aware here. We got things going on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Friday of August. And oh, baby, is it football season or what? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Fired up as we head into the first big weekend of the college football season. Less than a week away, 6 days away, in fact, from the Ravens and the Chiefs. Let's get this party started, shall we? Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I am doing all right. We are on the air, and that's a good thing. And the system that we run this on didn't fire when it was supposed to, and then immediately after the open ran, the whole thing shut down.
Oh, good.
So I think we're all right. We should be all right.
I know earlier in the week you said we have a Tuesday and a Friday hiccup with the system. I'm getting Tuesday fixed. I guess Friday's still a work in progress.
Well, I don't trust myself to fix it. She had sent some directions, but me at 4:55, 5 o'clock in the morning trying to do computer work is not my area of expertise. So it's something that's going to be handled by the company with me after the show, I hope.
There you go.
Put it this way, David, there's another training session in my future.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. Boy, I mean, you had all those years of consultants and meetings. Now it's not consultants. It's just computer people.
That's all right.
And what's great is it's 2,000 plus miles away too. So that's fantastic.
It's, you know what? It's all right. They do a great job. They're a great help. And without them, I wouldn't be able to say it's a football Friday.
Football Friday. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. How many of you got all into Dion and the Buffaloes last night against the mighty Bison of North Dakota State? Good game, entertaining. There you go. I mean, not like last night, the scheduling last night is just, it's embarrassing. I mean, last night throughout much of college football was like NFL preseason. It was like, you guys really charged money for this? I mean, really? Don't you feel shame? Aren't you embarrassed? I mean, man, like Mark, Illinois, Arkansas, Wake Forest, and Rutgers all won last night by a combined score of 204-20. Illinois, Arkansas, Wake Forest, and Rutgers. Not exactly murderer's row.
Was listening to a little. I had some things to do last night, and daughter has gymnastics, so there's running around. The wife and I decided to go out and have a little dinner while she was at practice. So I was listening to a lot of college football on the radio and listened to a little Arkansas Pine Bluff. They got your godson's name right.
Which is amazing because they didn't in the official stats. They changed his last name entirely in the official stats. So I'm glad.
But it was the Arkansas broadcast, but he struggled early. That's all I know.
Oh yeah. No, he struggled the whole first half, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a rough go for our punter.
Yeah.
For the Miller and Moulton punter.
For my guy.
Well,
yeah.
if he's your guy, he's my guy, David. He's our guy.
I know. For our guy, and unfortunately, see, he's not a big fan of the rugby punting, and the coach, obviously, the first two punts, they asked him to rugby punt, and I think he shanked the first one out of bounds.
He did, 19 yards.
I know.
And then they scored like 2 plays later.
Yeah, well, it didn't matter. Field position wasn't exactly a big factor in the game.
No, not when the final score is 70-0.
Right. Basically, if Arkansas had the ball, they were going to score. Yes. So all the ranked teams won, but the two most nationally high-profile games were good games. North Carolina, Minnesota was a 2-point spread, ended up being a 2-point final, albeit delayed an hour because of inclement weather. I do love the early season, high school football and college football, how games can be postponed. pushed back an hour or so, interrupted for storms. I mean, it's still early enough in the season where inclement weather, Mark, can be a factor.
There's no doubt, and I know by saying you love that, you absolutely hate it.
Hate it.
Drives you nuts. I don't know,
Yep.
but that it was in Minnesota. I don't know what you can do about these things.
No, I know. It's summer. All right, thunderstorms. They happen all throughout the country. Have for a long time. We call it summer, right?
Colorado looks very much the same to me. I mean, we'll see how much they've improved, but offense is ridiculous. A lot of fun to watch.
Yep.
You can watch them play every week because of that offense. They are an entertaining team to watch, and because of that defense and lack thereof, they are an entertaining team to watch because North Dakota State, for the most part, had zero trouble moving the ball on them in the first half. A little bit more in the second half. They got a little better, did Colorado in the second half, but the Colorado offense is the real deal. It is.
Yeah. Deion's kid can chuck it, and goodness knows Travis Hunter can catch it.
I like Deion after the game when he said they're not 50-50 balls with Travis. If they go up, he's going to get it.
That's true. It's got to figure they're at least 80-20 balls.
Right.
But Colorado wins, but they don't cover. Miller and Moulton took one on the chin last night. Now, here's the question. What did we get it at? Because
9.5.
Because apparently just a flood of money came in on Colorado in like the 2-3 hours before kickoff. And in certain places, that game was 11.5 at kickoff. I said in certain places, not every place. And so that's why I wondered, when Colorado was up 11 late, in some places, was it going to be a cover or not? Didn't know what the situation was going to be for us. But Colorado with a win, not a cover. Carolina, Minnesota, I think ended up a push. Carolina favored by 2 on the road. They won by 2. And UCF, 455 yards rushing. Well, beat New Hampshire. I mean, New Hampshire. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. And Brandon Ayuk got paid. Can we review the NFL wide receivers and how they've done so far this offseason?
I mean, I can do the quick version really, really well, David.
There you go, Mark. You nailed it. Great analysis right there on top of it.
Thank you. But I know you've got numbers for me.
Well, just for the heck of it, CeeDee Lamb got 4 for 34 per. That's 4 for $1.36. Justin Jefferson got 4 for 35 per. 4 for $1.40. Brandon Ayuk got 4 for $1.20. By the way, apparently he took the offer, had been on the table 17 days. That offer was on the table August 12th. They didn't change it. He finally said, "Oh, okay. I guess I'll stay for $30 million per. By the way, you're going to pay me 47 of that money in the next 7 months." Yeah. That's how the contract's structured. He gets $47 million by April 1st between signing bonus this year and roster bonus next year. But he's getting $30 million per. Amon St. Brown, he got $30 million per, although he's making $0.01 million more than Ayuk and Tyreek Hill, so that he's slotted as the 4th highest paid wide receiver. DJ Moore got 27.5 per, 4 for $1.10. Jalen Waddle got 28.25 on a 3-year deal, 3 for $84.75 million. AJ Brown got 24. He got $27.3 million a year. No, I'm sorry. He got nearly $31 million a year. My bad. 3 for $92. So he's making $30.7 a year. Don't forget Nico Collins got $24 million a year. Devontae Smith got $25 million a year. Michael Pittman got 23 and change a year. Calvin Ridley got 23 and change a year for a 4-year deal. Jerry Jeudy got 17 and change. And that doesn't include the Mike Evans 3-year re-signing.
You were the first one to point out, though, David, and we've been pretty accurate on this, of what the salary cap's going to be going forward. While this money seems ridiculous, it's not going to be that out of whack as we go forward with the cap.
These guys wouldn't be getting this kind of money if they hadn't sat down and figured out what the future cap is. And they're like, yeah, we can afford this. I mean, think about it. They know they're going to have to pay their quarterback 50s. And if you've got a legit number one wide receiver, you're going to have to pay him in the 30s. And they're sitting down doing the math going, yeah, we'll be all right. That should tell you all you need to know.
Elite tackle and what you got to spend to
Right.
keep offense. I mean, the guard got paid. The guards got paid. The centers have gotten paid. I mean, the money is flowing in the National Football League.
Yes, it is. And by the way, the money's just starting. The TV deal, I think, is year 2 of an 11-year deal. And they haven't even added the 18th game yet. And there's more revenue streams coming in all the time. Goodell's creating more media packages seemingly every other month. It's nearly a $22 billion industry right now. Goodell's goal is 25. He's going to reach it. May take him about 2 more years, 3 tops. The 200, I mean, just think about it. The cap right now is 248 and change. If you go 6% growth, 6% growth, that's $15 million the next year. Now do it again. And then do it again. That would be 3 years to get to $300 million. If you make it 10% growth, it takes you 2 years. So what's it going to be by the end of the decade? High 300 millions. I mean, add 125 to 150 million to what the cap is now. That's what it's going to be in a half a dozen years. Miller and Moulton. Great show lined up for you. Lee Sterling with his first picks of the year coming up at the top of the hour.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The rumors, and that's all they are right now, media outlets cannot get confirmation. But there was a car accident in New Jersey, and he and someone else were rumored to be in the accident. And he plays for Columbus. Coffenbaugh, if I were the Bengals, I'd give him it for just the reason you pointed out. He has 2 years left on the contract. I'd give him the going rate now, right now, because 2 years
Before
from
it
now,
goes up.
right?
Yeah, you're right.
I'll give him the Jefferson
Right.
deal. Sure. First off, he won't make the $35 million until 2026, and then you'd have him for 5 years after that. Great. You have him for the rest of his career. Guaranteed money will end after 2028. So you'll get 5 more years out of him.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling joins us at the top of the hour to make his picks. Gary Danielson will join us in a little more than an hour. The Big Ten on CBS, Mark. I don't know if you've heard, but CBS no longer has the SEC.
David, I think the next couple of weeks in the South is going to be troublesome for a lot of people. They're used to things a certain way, and they're not taking this well. They're really not.
Which is funny because all we did was catch grief, seemingly, for most of the 18 years that I worked with Gary in the SEC. Now, don't tell me you're going to miss us now.
Oh, they're going to miss you.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Now, by the end of the season, their angst will all be towards Herb Street, and they'll have a whole new reason to have hatred in their lives. But early on, they don't like change. I don't know anybody who is a longtime SEC fan that's good with this. Seriously, I don't know one.
Huh. That's interesting, because I thought it would be the other way. I thought it was going to be all, peaches and cream the first little while. And then sometime during year 2 or year 3, people were going to start out of the side of their mouth going,
If the music would have come along with the conference, they would be a lot more receptive to change.
Okay, the new Open has been released. Like ESPN/ABC, the SEC on ABC, they've come up with their new Open. They've released it on social media. I'm curious how that is going to be received. A mutual friend of ours, we sent it to him. All right. His response was, they've ruined yet another thing. But, some people, I'm with you, though. That, to me, ABC, ESPN needs to get that right. The SEC fans got to go, ooh, I like the new Open. All right. I like that.
This is a group that doesn't like change. They're not going to like the new open.
Okay.
I'm going to be on social media at 3:30 on Saturday just to see the reactions to people's initial thoughts of the open.
You got to remember, I mean, these broadcasters aren't going to say, Gary is a true analyst. Gary will, make comments saying, I don't agree with that decision. Or, there's not a lot of that's out there anymore. I mean, now, Herbie's going to tell you that everyone's great. He's got a little Gruden in him. I love this guy. But, all right. All right. We'll see. But I do think the open is key. I think to get people who, for whatever reason, don't like change, if they end up liking the new open, that's like, oh, okay. It was kind of like when they redid game day. They've redone the open at game day a couple times. And the last time they redid it, it was kind of like, what are you doing? I thought we had it. Thought we nailed it. Why the need to redo this? So, but you're right, Mark. You're right. Tomorrow, and I mean, they can't really. I mean, what's the first broadcast that they get to play the SEC Open? I mean, you can't play it for Clemson, Georgia. Can't play it for Florida and Miami. I mean, don't you have to hold on to this sucker? Don't you need two SEC teams playing, don't you? They ain't going to play it for LSU, USC. So I'll be curious when we hear it. But that is one of the many changes out there. Plus Texas, Oklahoma, Oregon, Washington, USC, UCLA in a Big Ten. 12-team playoff. It's a year of change. If you don't like change, this is the wrong year to be following college football, baby.
Well, you have that nailed down. And I'm as excited as anybody about the 12-team playoff. I think it adds so much to this season. I think it adds so much more. I think when we get into October and November, the things we're talking about will be different than every year before. We'll be talking about who's going to make the playoffs, but there'll be conferences that are still open, which means you get an opportunity to get into the playoff. So for Big 12 teams and ACC teams, the season lasts a lot longer. But for ACC teams, as we've talked about, a lot lying on the Miami and Florida game. If the Canes get beat, it really puts a huge damper on the ACC getting more than one team. I mean, Florida State and Miami will have already lost, and we're a week into the season.
And the Miami-Florida game is the focus of our poll question. Simply, who you picking to win? I don't even think the point spread's involved. I think it's just a matter of you picking the Canes, you picking the Gators. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Who you picking? Miller and Moulton are split. We haven't made our weekly picks. We haven't done our Super 7 or Fantastic 5 or whatever it is we're doing this year. Mark will be doing a Fantastic 5. I'll lose early. I'll switch to a Super 7 because I'll be playing catch-up in mid-September. That's usually how it goes. But I'm taking the Gators. And I'm just counting on some swamp magic. Just like 2 years ago in the home opener against Utah. Utah was a much better team, experienced, top 15 in the country. And Anthony Richardson and the Gators had probably their shining moment of the season. But they had it on opening day. And I'm counting on the same thing. Experienced quarterback in Mertz. All right, I am worried, much like last night, Mark. We talked about, we had a couple of Colorado people on saying, oh, no, they've really fortified the defensive line. And North Dakota State said, yeah, hold our beer. Okay, sure. And, the Gators defensive front, a little worried, I got to be honest.
and a big line for Miami, a big running back in that Martinez kid who's from Oregon State transferred over. I want to see what Miami can do running the football. See some old school Canes football where they can have the big back to run it right at you before they go play action and go deep.
Oh, man. You're making my skin crawl. Okay, because if they start doing that, it's going to be a long night for the Gators. If you're Florida defensively, you got to shut down that running game early. Slow it down. Make them beat you throwing the ball. That quarterback can do it, but you just got to make them. I got to make the quarterback beat me, Mark. If I'm the Florida Gators, I just can't have them line up and go, we're going to run here if that's okay, and then run there. No, that's the worst kind of loss. It really is. You know, hey, you look up at the clock every minute and you go, yep, they're doing it.
Right. Nothing you can do about it. And you know what it means going forward is that everybody has a game plan to beat you, and it's not how you want to get beat. No one wants to get punched in the mouth to lose a football game. They can handle losing, but when you just line up and punch them in the mouth and beat them that way, it's difficult to take.
Over and over. You go back to the huddle going, did the guy fumble yet? No. I think it's about our only chance. Can we get him to fumble? Listen, when I grab his ankles, could you punch the ball? I know it's going to be 7 yards downfield, but could you punch the ball, please? But Gators and the Canes tomorrow, 3:30. Mark, I'm going to be at a game not quite as competitive. Akron, Ohio State.
Well, the spread's down to 48.5.
That's true. Money coming in on the dips. Yep. Opened at 51. So, college football, it is underway, and it will be in earnest beginning tomorrow. The starting five is next.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
David Moulton of Miller & Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller & Moulton.
Been really strange. The computer system has just shut down twice on the show on me. I don't know why.
Okay.
If it stays on now, that would be really good.
Well, yeah. We really needed to. Yeah, Johnny Yo, yeah, you took that in a way that I can't even imagine. I mean, why would I want people to be playing out in the lightning? And that's absurd. No, my point with high school, I've said this for a long time, Johnny O, that I think the first third of the high school football season shouldn't be played on Friday nights. I think it should be played at like 9 a.m. Saturday because of how prevalent storms are this time of year in the evening. So, meanwhile, they're very rare on Saturday morning. So, yeah, I don't know how you could have taken my comments the way you took them, but I mean, Johnny O, I even went so far. I wrote a column many years ago about why is it we play football in Florida when we play football and we play basketball in Florida when we play basketball? Shouldn't we play basketball when we play football and football when we play basketball? Think about how great the weather is during basketball season. And the weather's awesome. But yeah, I mean, when I found out, and I didn't realize this till like the late 2000s, I didn't realize, I mean, the Gators only got an indoor practice facility in the last handful of years. The mid 20-teens, I think, when they finally, I mean, Gators football practicing outside all that time. No, Rick, I know the whole script, but Rick, but that's the other thing, by the way. If you want, then do JV and Pop Warner, do that in August and September on Saturday mornings. But I mean, why do we play in the heat and the lightning the way that we do? And then practice in it also in July and August. I mean, it's crazy. And I know you got high school, JV games at 4:00, high school football games at 7:30, Pop Warner on Saturday. I get it. I don't know what to tell you. When kids are dropping of heat exhaustion and kids are being hit by lightning or games are being delayed 3 hours because of lightning, it just, to me, it seems ridiculous.
And you think they're not going to complain about the new song?
Well, I don't know if it's any good. If they get the song right, I think that people have no problem with the transition. If they don't like the song, people will be shaking their heads before the announcers even say their first word. It's funny, Swamp Buggy. I grew up in the Northeast. We played many a high school football game on a Saturday. We played our arch rivals on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Approaching 22 minutes before the hour. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question simply, who are you picking to win? Gators or the Canes? Tomorrow afternoon in the Swamp. Miami a 2.5-point favorite. That's not part of the poll question. Who are you picking? Straight up. Gators or Canes? Miller and Moulton split. Mark is cannonballed into the deep end. He has replaced the Chargers with the Canes this year. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it's kind of like going back to an old girlfriend. I mean, because I always loved the Canes. Don't kid yourself. They just were never as interested in me as I was interested in them.
But you stumbled upon them at a reunion over the summer.
And
Is
they're
that
like,
it?
I'll be damned. You look pretty good. And I'm like, you know what? You still look pretty good. How about we hang out?
You looked right at her, didn't you, at the bar, and you said, "Honey, you've always looked good." Didn't you?
You're my kind of gal.
Honey.
I hope it's not wishful thinking with the Canes, but it happened on my vacation in July, right next to my wife. She was right next to me at the pool as I was reading the Phil Steele magazine, and every damn position group, with the exception of the D-backs, was ranked in the top 15 in the nation. Every position group in the conference is ranked first or second, with the exception of the defensive backs and, well, the head coach. But he's got a guy walking right next to him on the sidelines this year.
Take a knee. Take a knee, coach. I want to know what that guy's getting paid. Is he like the guys who got hot dogs for Vern at halftime? Is that $150 for that? Take a knee. How much do you pay that guy?
It depends on the record. There's a bonus with every win.
Just for the record, when you were sitting next to your wife on vacation and you stumbled upon what Canes girl? I mean, does she have a name? I mean, they just, who's your first favorite Miami Hurricane? Do we call her Bernie? I mean, is it Kozar? I mean, no, seriously, who was your first Cane that you remembered? Was it Michael Irvin?
Probably Michael Irvin.
Probably Michael Irvin. Okay. So what are we, 88? All right. What's her name then? And did your wife understanding? Okay. Was your wife understanding? Did she just look at you and go, well, I know you've always had the hots for her?
She is, because it was an Olympic year and she had her whole thing going on with the gymnastics. So it was kind of like, that's in your top 5. That's in your top 5. We'll just let this happen and we'll move on.
Gotcha. She just throw on a Bon Jovi tune and said, that's fine, honey.
Exactly.
She threw on Bon Jovi radio and said, well, I know you've always had the hots for her. Let me just turn this up. Okay. So Mark has replaced his love affair with the Chargers and the Powder Blues, and he's gone back to the Canes. That Mark Miller.
You didn't have it. You didn't have that button. Wasn't
no.
You talked right over your open. That's on me. It's that time. Thanks, Isaac.
You got to tune in on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. I'm doing a lot of chair dancing during the show these days.
Thinks he's on the Love Boat, and it dates both of us because I knew exactly what he was doing when he gave me the double point.
Hey, here's the gin and tonic. Gotcha. All right. Magic numbers, by the way, are 1 and 6. Yeah, don't even know if we need to keep giving them. I think, we were watching college football last night. I think we know. Well, let's start with college football. Colorado trailing at the half. Tight game throughout. They held off North Dakota State 31-26. Shedeur Sanders with 4 touchdown passes, 3 of them to Travis Hunter. Have you seen the still photo of the 1 touchdown catch where the guy is shortly after Hunter hits the ground is being apprehended by police for assault? Okay, and he still made that touchdown catch? I'm kidding, folks, but it's just a way of saying coverage was tight. He was blanketed. And Hunter's like, yeah, I got it. No problem. Left hand, use the back of his shoulder pads and whatever. I'm good. 31-26 Buffaloes. Next up for them, they'll go to Nebraska. Nice to have CU and Nebraska playing each other back-to-back years. Hopefully they can keep on keeping on. So North Carolina took the lead late. Minnesota drove down, missed a 47-yarder at the gun to win it, and yet the home stadium shot off fireworks. Yep. North Carolina walked off the field, 19-17 winners, and yet the Gophers were celebrating a win. Oops.
Huh.
Bad news for North Carolina. Max Johnson, Brad Johnson's son, He's played at LSU and A&M. He won the North Carolina starting quarterback job. He got hurt third quarter, hip injury, had to stay overnight in a Minneapolis hospital. Don't know the extent of the injury, but obviously that ain't good. UCF did what they were supposed to do against New Hampshire, ran for 454 yards and beat them 57-3. Ranked winners last night. 11th ranked Missouri, 12th ranked Utah, 22nd ranked Kansas, 24th ranked NC State, who struggled with Western Carolina. Illinois, Arkansas, Wake Forest, and Rutgers, all Power 4 teams. They all scheduled teams they should be ashamed of that they scheduled them. The 4 teams won by a total of 204-20. So the average game was 51-5. Alrighty then. One other college note, the AD of Villanova left to go to Northwestern. Mark, I don't want to say that maybe Villanova's okay with him leaving, because when asked when does the new AD start, apparently the answer is Sunday. Huh. It's not often you can leave a job on Thursday night, and when are you starting? Over the weekend. Wow, they're really going to miss you, huh? Brandon Ayuk, he took a deal that had been on the table for 17 days. He finally said, okay, I guess I'll play with the Niners. Whatever. 4 years, $120 million, 76 of it guaranteed. That's not a lot of guaranteed money. A lot of guaranteed money is usually over 70%, closer to 75%. This is 64%. Anyway, $76 million guaranteed. He will get $47 million in cash in the next 7 months. He gets a signing bonus immediately, and he gets a roster bonus in mid-March next year. He'll be the 5th highest paid wide receiver when the contract kicks in, making the same as Tyreek Hill. Listen, I love Brandon Ayuk. I like him better than Debo. He ain't Tyreek Hill valuable. Niners, Mark, now have 8 players making 15 or more million a year. I don't know. That seems expensive. Trent Williams still sitting at home going, I ain't showing up unless I get a highest paid tackle in the league, just so you know. And I've done it before. Dak Prescott said, listen, there's no deadline. You know, Jarrett could sign me in October, November. There's no deadline on a potential new deal. But then he said, quote, it says a lot, unquote, the fact that I'm yet to be signed. He also went on to say, and I quote, I stopped listening to what Jerry says to the media a long time ago. Dak is going to make $29 million this year, yet he's going to count $55 million against the cap because they've restructured the deal twice. And he cannot be tagged at the end of this year. He is an unrestricted free agent. Patriots chose Jacoby Brissett to be their starting quarterback week 1 at Cincinnati. And Cleveland restructured Deshaun Watson's contract yet again. They turned 45 of his $46 million salary this year into a signing bonus. Now, the good news is they created nearly $36 million in cap room, and they now have $62 million in cap room. They're likely going to roll that over into next year when they got 4 key free agents to re-sign. But listen to Deshaun Watson's cap hit the next 2 years. $72.9 million. Each of the next 2 years. And by the way, he's virtually uncuttable. His dead cap hit, if they cut him before next year, would be $172 million. And his dead cap hit year, if they cut him before 2026, would be $99 million. So the Browns are stuck with Deshaun Watson for 3 more years. Baseball. Phillies rallied. Brendan Marsh, a 3-run homer in the 6th. Nick Castellanos, a 2-run homer in the 7th. They rallied from a 4-0 deficit to beat the Braves 5-4. Their lead in the East is now 6. The Braves lead over the Mets for the final playoff spot in the National League is 3, because the Mets scored 1 in the 9th to beat Arizona 3-2. Diamondbacks are 4 back of the Dodgers. Padres are now 5 back. St. Louis got to 500 by beating San Diego 4-1. Dodgers double up the Orioles 6-3. O's are a game and a half back of the Yankees. Dodgers most wins in Major League Baseball. They picked up number 80 last night. Astros with 4 in the 8th. They beat the Royals 6-3. Houston's lead in the West is 4. The Royals now a game and a half back of the Guardians in the Central. Milwaukee shuts out San Francisco 6-0. Their lead in the Central's 9.5. Their magic number's 20. Marlins rally to beat Colorado 12-8. These two teams separated by a half a game for worst record in the National League. Angels snap a 7-game skid. They also snap the Tigers' 6-game winning streak, 3-0. Texas 2-1 over the White Sox. Corey Seager is 200th career homer. The White Sox are 31-104. They've lost 7 in a row. Reds blew a 7-6 lead in the 9th, then scored 3 times in the bottom of the 9th to beat Oakland 10-9. Toronto beat Boston 2-0. Red Sox now 3.5 back of the Twins for the final playoff spot in the American League. Tour Championship, it's a little messed up. They start golfers depending on their ranking with certain scores. So Scotty Scheffler started the Tour Championship with a 2-shot lead. He then went out and shot a 6 under 65. What does it mean? It means he now has a 7-shot lead over Morikawa and Schauffele after the first round of the Tour Championship. 4 other guys are 8 back.
This tournament's a mess.
And it's a total cash grab. Scheffler's going to get $25 million when he wins this. I mean, even the LIV guys are going, hey, man, that's a lot of money. LPGA in Boston, Marina Alex of the United States, 4 under a 1-shot lead. Huge upset, U.S. Open men's side last night. 3rd seed Carlos Alcaraz taken out in straight sets by the 74th ranked player in the world, the Netherlands, Botic van de Zandschulp. Botic van de Zandschulp. Van de Zandschulp. Say it 3 times. Straight sets.
Isn't that the boss's guitar player?
Van Zandt, not
okay.
Van de Zandschulp.
Gotcha.
7th seed Herkes, 16th seed American Seb Korda, also ousted in straight sets. Top seed Sinner, 5 seed Medvedev, they all advanced. Women's side, Swiatek and Jessica Pegula, the 1 and the 6 seeds advance. The 4 seed Rybakina withdrew because of injury. Naomi Osaka lost in the second round. Caroline Wozniacki won in the second round. And Mark, finally, they announced a few more locales for the men's Final Four. The next 7 are set. For what it's worth, San Antonio, Indianapolis, Detroit are the next 3 years, followed by Vegas, Indianapolis again, Dallas, and Atlanta. Atlanta was supposed to get the Final Four in 2020, which obviously didn't happen because of COVID. So it took them a while, but now they're getting Atlanta back in the rotation. So the next 7 Final Fours are set. And as we approach 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5 big stories you need to know. One other note, Steph Curry, did you see the extension he signed?
Yes, I did.
So they got a rule in the NBA, if you're 38 years or older, you can't sign like long-term deals. They can't be 4 years or longer. They have to be shorter than that. So Steph's 36. He's under contract for this year and next. So he said, hey, can we do a 1-year extension? Warriors said, yeah, sure. What are you thinking? He said, I don't know, over 60. So they settled on 62.6. So the final 2 years of his current deal, and then the 62.6, he'll be 38 years old when he completes the 2027 season. And you wonder if he's basically said, I got 3 more years and I'm done.
And I'm going to get a big paycheck on the way out the door.
Yep. He will have earned, by the way, over $500 million just in salary. I mean, California taxes, though, Mark. I mean, he may have to work after.
Well, he's got that TV show. Mr.
Right.
Throwback or whatever that he's doing. He's jumping into a lot of things.
Well, I mean, you need to. I mean, millionaire's tax and all. I mean, you gotta need a second income, even if you're Steph Curry.
Right.
But it'll be interesting. I mean, what if he decides to play one more year? Then he'll be an active player in the Olympic year, if you know what I mean. Will he go out like Bird? Bird played the 92 season, played on the Dream Team, retired. I'm wondering if Steph would do the same. He'd be 39. Lee Sterling next.
Customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So I think I figured out what's going on with our system, and it's not good. It's not authorized so it's only giving us 20 minutes in demo mode, and then it restarts, which is making my life a living hell this morning. I don't know why it's doing that, but we're now connected to the internet. I don't know if it can authorize it that way because this computer's not always connected to the internet with what they've done in the building and what have you.
See me, guys?
Good morning, Lee.
Good morning.
Hey, man.
Finally, I think they fixed the connection.
We're going 1 week at a time, baby.
Oh, I know. They the internet was out here for 2 days, one day this summer, and I'm like, hope they're working on it. So people fired up. You getting?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, I don't know about you. There's a little football game at 3:30 tomorrow in the Swamp. A few people are kind of interested in.
I got left out. How about this? So my daughter, her fiance is good friends with Braxton Berrios, and you know Braxton Berrios states that social influencer.
Right.
Alex Earl, I'll send you a picture. So they tell me a week ago, you want to go on the plane? You want to go on the jet? They're going up to the game Saturday morning. You can come with us. I'm like, okay, I'm in. How much is it? She said $1,200 a person. I'm like, okay, for that, you know. And then what happens? They tell me yesterday they had to downsize from a 12-seat jet. 16 to a 12-seat jet. And my wife and I got kicked off.
Sure.
But, of course. Yep. So let me find this. I'll
Yeah,
send you
that's all
some
right.
pictures of it. So
You could save some money.
yeah. Yeah,
So
it would
you're
have been
gonna-
nice just to fly up and fly right back.
So are you going, or are you going to stay home now?
No, I'm
Yeah,
staying home.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
It's going to be 174 degrees, you know.
Oh, I know. I trust me. So my mother, father, and my brother and my sister all went to Florida. My brother even went to dental school.
Mother, father, brother, sister.
Yeah,
Wow.
except for me,
So you're the outcast.
of course. Yeah. Yes. I gotta find. Oh, here's the interior of the jet. I'll send it to you guys.
Oh,
So,
all right, get ready.
okay, I'm ready. Just sent it.
I'm at the David Moulton.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on a Football Friday.
Football Friday.
And we will start hour 2 of a Football Friday all season long with one Lee Sterling. He of Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. We go back 20 plus years with Lee when we were each doing shows individually, never mind 18 plus years together. Top of the morning to you, Lee. You ready?
I am. You know why I'm so excited? There's hope. There's hope. I mean, for the first time, I think in 20 years, Miami might be turning the corner. Did you read the article that Mario actually hired an in-game consultant? That was huge.
We were talking about that earlier. I don't know what he gets paid. It should be by the win or by the timeout or by the lack thereof timeouts, whatever it takes to get the coach to become a better game coach. We know we can recruit.
Yeah.
Game planning, I'm not so sure of. But in game, he's not good, and he's got to get better.
Lee, how much money do you pay a guy to yell, "Take a knee"?
Right. He did it. A lot of people didn't realize this. One of the first interviews I did in the Miami market when they hired him, they asked what I thought of him. And I said, he's going to recruit. If anyone can turn this program around, he might be the only guy. But in-game coaching is terrible. A lot of people forget against Stanford, when he was at Oregon, he forgot to take 3 knees and could have won that game. Said Stanford ties it, goes into overtime, and they lost that game. So kind of a harbinger of what was going to happen. It just took him about 5 more years.
Well, most of the big games on the slate for you this week, Lee, so let's get right after it. Penn State and West Virginia, this is a game that should be played every year. These no love lost between these two schools. It's not Pitt and West Virginia, but it's damn close. It's 7.5 now, Penn State. It's dropped a half a point. How do you like this game, Lee?
This line started at like 13. I mean, this is crazy. Everyone loves West Virginia. I think West Virginia is a solid team, but look at Penn State. Of their every game they won last year, every game except for one, they won by 17 points or more. I still don't think they're up there with the big boys, Ohio State, the Oregon Ducks this year, but they handle their business. Drew Allard, I mean, he's good against the bad, mediocre teams. He threw for 325 last year in that game and 3 touchdowns. I think he's going to have another big game here. I think West Virginia comes on after this game, but they're just 6-7 as a home underdog under Neil Brown. I think Penn State gets it done here by double digits. As Lee Corso said, not so fast, West Virginia. Penn State 31-20.
Penn State minus 7.5. All right. Sunday night, LSU, USC in Vegas. USC tried to get out of this game because their schedule's so hard, and it really is daunting this year. LSU, a 4.5-point favorite.
2 third-year coaches, and one of these coaches got to, I think, get to the college football playoff, and I think the best chance to have it happen is Brian Kelly. I think his recruiting is a little bit better. Now, they're going to look totally different on offense without Jaden Daniels, who I loved. And we were talking about him early last year, and his accuracy, and when he takes off with a purpose. They ran for 6.2 yards per carry last year. They returned 3 offensive linemen who I think have the potential to be all conference. So with that in mind, they're going to run the ball a lot more this year. And what's USC's weakness? Run defense. I mean, number 46 in the land last year. They allowed 4.8 yards per carry. They only returned 1 starter on the defensive line, Bear Alexander. And listen to some of the places where they're the kids that they recruited that will start on the defense come from. Got a kid from Vandy, not impressed. Georgia State, 2 from UCLA and 2 from Oregon State. And also USC 1-10 against the spread in neutral site games. That place is flooded. I heard there are planes left and right, backed up one after another from the Bayou headed to Las Vegas. I like LSU 35-24.
Yeah, that offensive line for LSU, many people think is the best in the country. All right, Georgia and Clemson. This game was around 14. The numbers dropped 2.5 points. It's 11.5 right now, Lee. So the money coming in on Clemson and the points. How do you see it?
So you look at returning starters. It's 14-13, Georgia to Clemson. For some reason, Dabo, I don't know why he doesn't want to embrace the transfer portal, and I think it's hurt his team. I mean, look at Georgia. They've won back-to-back titles, and what does Kirby Smart said? Okay, you're a good character, kid. You can help us talent-wise. We'll bring you on. And they bring in Trevor Etienne from Florida, Trevor Yaroshik, a tight end from Stanford, and Colby Young from Miami. So they really have 17 returning starters. Don't forget about their special teams, number 4 in the land. They have maybe the best quarterback in Carson Beck, or in the top 3 or 5. I'm just not a believer in Cade Klubnik. I saw him live when he started his first game against Tennessee in the 2023 Orange Bowl, and the kid's just not getting the job done. I mean, there was 5 big games last year, just didn't produce, and he only scored 7 against Duke, 17 against Wake Forest, and 16 against South Carolina. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it here. Georgia, 30-13.
All right.
Yep.
As expected, after losing to Georgia Tech, you knew the Florida State BC line was going to come down. It was in the 21.5 range. It's all the way down to 16.5 Monday night in Tallahassee. The Noles laying 16.5 against the Eagles.
So last year, FSU hit on almost every kid in the transfer portal. This year, looks like some swings and misses. I always thought the DJ Ukulele, I mean, hey, I threw my share of interceptions in high school and college, but some of his passes were, I mean, they weren't even close. So I do think that they'll improve some, but just think that they're going to face the same type of quarterback in Castellanos they faced last week here. Florida State wins 31-20, but BC covers.
And finally, the game that we know where your heart is, But where is your head? And what do the numbers say? It's the Gators and the Knowles. 2.5 is the line. Miami is favored on the road in the Swamp. Where do you go, Lee?
So to compete with an SEC school, normally I will take an SEC school over an AC school all day long. You got to be able to do it in the trenches. And Miami, I think, has 2, maybe top 8 offensive and defensive line units. Florida, their offensive line, barely top 30. Their defensive line, maybe top 40. So unless they can hit on some big plays and they throw some on first down and Wentz goes like 20 for 25, I think it's going to be trouble for them. And to go up into the Swamp, you got to have an experienced quarterback and a good quarterback. I think this Cam Ward might be their best quarterback since Gino Torretta, Vinny Testaverde. So I'm going to take Miami. I think Miami gets it done here. Finally comes up with a big win here, 31-24.
All right. And as you could tell by these games, Penn State, West Virginia, LSU, USC, Georgia, Clemson, Florida State, PC, Miami, and the Gators. Lee not trying to find the diamond in the rough. He's going with the big marquee games, and his game of the week is no exception. He says, call him if you want the pick of A&M Notre Dame.
Yeah, this is a big one opening week. They always do this. They give us 4 or 5 super games, and this is one of them. I think I've got the right side. You want to get it for free? Be one of the first 5 callers. 800-400-9741. Again, the number 800-400-9741. Give you Notre Dame and A&M on me. It's my 31st year in business. And you want to check out the website. We put every game we've given out for the last 5 years under recent results. We rate our selections from 10 to 50 units. First time in 7 years, we're coming out of the gate with a 40-unit major wager best
Whoa!
bet. I'm going to send the game to you. I found a game where when I was doing my studying all summer, I had 14 total teams that were either, I thought, much stronger or much weaker. And I found a team, I think, that's much stronger and a team that's much weaker. I think it's going to be a rocking chair game. Will be over by halftime. Anyone wants to get it, go to ParamountSports.com. Total of 8 games, maybe 9, from tonight all the way through Monday night, just $147. ParamountSports.com. We're 65-23 lifetime on these 40-plus unit plays.
He says, take Penn State, lay the points. It's down to 7.5. He says, take LSU, lay the 4.5. Take Georgia, lay the 11.5. Take the Canes and lay the 2.5. The one dog, he's taken BC, getting 16.5. His game of the week, A&M and Notre Dame. 800-400-9741 or ParamountSports.com. Lee Sterling will join us every Friday at this time with his weekly picks. Just to let everyone know, if you've listened for a while, you know Lee is in the tank with the Canes, okay? Did you tell us beforehand, mom, dad, brother, sister, all Gators?
All Gators. So
Will you watch the game with any of them? Well, I mean with brother and sister.
So unfortunately, my sister is no longer alive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Passed away at 45. But my brother is coming down from Jupiter. He's a dentist up in Jupiter. And my dad no longer with us, but my mom will be watching. She's in a retirement home. So my mom, how about this? She started me young. One time we were playing basketball. She hit 28 straight free throws. I can't hit 4 straight.
At what number did she start betting on them? At like 15? Did she say, you want a piece of this? Or
No, it was my dad. My dad was in a card game with a bunch of defense attorneys. They were going on junkets to Las Vegas. I think they went to like starting in Super Bowl 3 or 4. They went to like 18 or 19 Super Bowls in a row. They would go to Vegas or Tahoe for 4 days, wherever the Super Bowl was. So my dad was a dentist and a football coach. So started young.
Lee, enjoy the games.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. Another great year. We're looking forward to it.
Me too, guys. Be safe.
Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. You can follow him on X at Paramount Sports. So the Gators-Canes game is in the family on top of it. That's awesome. And it's our poll question. Who do you like? No point spread. Okay. Just who do you like? Gators or Canes to win? Not who you're rooting for. Who do you think is going to win?
This game's going to be something. It's going to be so hot. The people are going to be angry. There's going to be a lot of angst. There'll be anticipation, but it's not going to be the normal hype. And I think there's going to be angst at the start of this football game.
A lot of excitement, though, but I think angst is going to be just under the surface. Both fan bases are like, come on already. It's time to start winning games. Hey, why don't we go do our picks?
We can do them next. I'm ready to go.
Wow, you're fired up.
It's a football Friday, a real one with games and everything. None of this fake football Friday stuff.
Okay, we'll do our picks next, and then Gary Danielson. All right, enough already. I got it. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
So CBS in Philadelphia is reporting that there was a drunk driver that struck two cyclists last night in South Jersey. ABC in Philadelphia is reporting that the two cyclists were killed. It was Johnny Goudreau and his brother. Goudreau's from South Jersey. He was in town because I believe his dad had a major health scare. The stories, those are the only so no one else is confirming it. No one of authority is confirming it. So, but that's out there.
So way lighter subject,
Mm-hmm.
but my daughter's supposed to start soccer this week,
Okay.
and we don't know who the coach is. We don't know when practice. We had a text from a coach, and then he texts another and says, well, there's changes with teams, so we're not starting this week. So the treasurer of the league sent out an email. Basically, there's one guy in charge of all the scheduling and coaching, and the email completely threw him under the bus. I have never seen a better. Basically, I've answered all your emails. I quit answering emails at 5 o'clock today. So anything after 5 o'clock, I apologize for not answering. But you need to direct all your emails to this person. It's not like the board hasn't asked for this stuff. There's one person who's not giving us the information. His name is, his email is.
Nice.
Yeah. Laughed my tail off.
Go Raiders. It was a Florida. Was it Florida, Tennessee? Florida, Alabama? What was the game in the swamp in which Mark and our then producer John Cassio went to?
Tennessee.
And they left. So it was like, third Saturday of September. And you guys, what, early second quarter got up and said, we're out of here.
Yep, that's enough.
Mark came on the air and said, okay, here's the deal. Never going to a game again before Columbus Day in the state of Florida. Period. I don't care. So that's why, like, if I got you, if you had tickets for the game tomorrow, unless it was an air-conditioned suite, you wouldn't go.
No. No.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Gary Danielson will join us. Part of the Big Ten on CBS. Fox, CBS, NBC. Treating the Big Ten like the NFL. 3 games every Saturday in, network, prime time, whatever you want to call it. So the Big Ten getting paid.
That should be their motto. The SEC, it just means more. The Big Ten, it just costs more. Or it just pays more. One of the other.
There you go. The Big Ten.
It just pays more.
There you go. I like it. The Big Ten. We're much wider.
It's a wide logo, too.
Well, it should be. The conference goes coast to coast. I mean, it should be wide.
Big letters. Big font for that.
Big, Mark. What part of big are you not getting?
I'm getting the big. It's the 10 that we have the difficulty with.
Well, yeah, especially since there's 18. So, all right. If you want to go, by the way, officially, we're 1-1 on the season, right?
We are 1-1 on the season.
Because
that is enough of groupthink. This is now an individual prognostication standings from this point forward.
Right.
It is Miller v. Moulton.
Right. Miller and Moulton have actually put money on 2 games. We're 1-1. All right. It's good.
I just loaded up on Lee's 40 unit play too.
Oh, wow. Look at you. All right. Don't tell anybody what it is.
I won't.
All right. You want to go first or me? And for the record, our WNBA heater that we're on we can't use that for our football picks?
No, we
Man.
cannot.
Damn. Man, we are making a lot of money on Caitlin Clark. All right. All right, you go. Let's do this.
All right, it's a homer pick to start because I won't be able to pick them much this year because they're going to lose a lot this year. But they're not losing week 1, and they're going to win mightily against Florida Atlantic. Give me my Spartans laying the 13.5. Their quarterback came out and said, we're going to score, and we're going to score a lot. I'm going to trust them for one game and one game only.
I knew Michigan State was going to be one of your picks because you're wearing the Spartans golf shirt.
It's game day. The first damn day of the season. They play tonight. I'm wearing the shirt.
I just knew it. When I saw you this morning, I went, oh, he's going to have Michigan State as one of his plays.
Vanderbilt's the worst team in the SEC. They're playing at home in what's a half a home that'll be filled with Virginia Tech fans who will make the trek to Nashville for the weekend. And they have a lot of reason to be excited about their Virginia Tech team, not just because David Moulton has them playing in the ACC championship. It's a salty football team. I like Virginia Tech. I'll lay the 13.5 with the Hokies against Vanderbilt. You know, I've lived by this a long time on this show, David, and I'm not going to quit now. Give me Liberty and lay the points. Liberty is taking on the Camels, the Campbell Camels. 35.5 is the number, but I'm trusting Liberty to roll against one of the worst teams that they play all year, and that's saying something because the schedule's just horrendous.
Schedule strength, once again, ladies and gentlemen, at 134. Mark, how many teams are there in FBS college football?
134.
And we thank you for coming.
All right. I didn't shy away from a couple of the big boys, though, David. I think this game's going to be really close. I'm scared, but I'm taking the Canes and laying the 2.5. I've been on the Canes since early July. No time to abandon them now when they need us most, Canes fan. In the swamp, on the road, all the pressure on the Gators, though, to win at home. I think the Canes get it done on the road. I think they're better at the line of scrimmage. That'll prove to be the difference in the game in a close one. And finally, doing something I very rarely do. Take an underdog. But it's a good underdog. At least I think it is. I think it's a playoff underdog. Give me the Fighting Irish. And I've seen it at 3. I've seen it at 2.5. I think it's 2.5 right now, so I'm stuck.
I've got it at 3. I'll give you 3.
You're gonna give me the hook?
I'll give you the hook.
I'll take the half point. So give me Notre Dame in 3 over A&M.
All right. There is one game that we are both betting. I'm taking the Gators in the 2.5 at home. Do I think Miami is a better team? I do. Do I think Miami will have more wins this year? I do. The Gators don't lose their season opener in the swamp. They haven't since the George H.W. Bush administration. That's number one. Number two, I do think it's one of the top 10 home field advantages in college football. And I am counting on just a little home cooking. I also think that Mertz is going to play really well. And I think, much like when they beat Utah in a top 20 upset 2 years ago at home, when they made big plays to beat the Utes, all right, they will make big plays taking advantage of that Miami secondary. Mertz outduels the Canes quarterback. Give me the Gators in an upset, 27-24. All right. I threw the stat out at you on the show yesterday. I don't know if you heard it. Unranked teams hosting ranked teams. The unranked home teams cover 58% of the time. I just took one of them in the Gators. I'm going to take another in West Virginia. They haven't hosted Penn State since the George H.W. Bush administration. Do you sense a theme?
Oh, boy.
West Virginia won 9 games last year, and that doesn't include losing to Houston on a Hail Mary. This is a good team. Neil Brown can coach. Penn State survives. But give me West Virginia. Loved it at 8.5. I have to settle for it at 7.5 because all the money's coming in on the Mountaineers. Upset special, Mark. Wyoming, good team, salty team. At Arizona State, not a good team. In the early stages of a rebuild. Wyoming getting 7.5 on the road. I'd even bet the money line, but I'm definitely taking Wyoming in the 7.5.
Anything to do with the the George Bush administration?
No, I don't have, although they haven't played since the Carter administration. Hello. Okay, to me, it's predictable. Florida State sucks because they lost, and the line went from 21.5 to 16.5 because the Noles suck because they lost. Florida State doesn't suck. They're solid. All right. They're going to beat BC, and they're going to cover. It's not going to be easy, but they're going to cover. Defense is going to play much better. And the fact that they're playing a team with a similar style, I think will help that defense out immensely. Finally, I got LSU in the playoff. I mean, come on now. So you know where I'm going here. LSU wins, they cover 38-31. I'm tempted to also play the over, but I'm keeping it to 5. Just keeping it to 5. Week 1. All right.
I'm impressed. This is hard for you to keep it to 5.
Just keeping it to 5. But I'm throwing out there. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. LSU, USC. LSU quarterback's really good. Nussmeier, really good. Just telling you. Could be a first-round draft pick. Good. And I know everybody's going, what? Hasn't played. I'm telling you. So there you have it. That's my Fab 5.
Outstanding. You're going head-to-head with Lee in a few games, too. 3 games you're going head-to-head with Lee Sterling. West Virginia, he's got Penn State. Florida, he's got Miami. Florida State, he's got BC.
Wow. Now that you say that, now I feel really badly about my picks. He's a pro. He makes a living at this. Me, I'm an amateur. Damn. Do we have time to do another? Can we do this in the 8 o'clock hour? Can I give you another Fab 5? Man, I'm really worried now. Now Gary knows. Now you all know what Gary's working with here. Okay. He turns to me, he goes, are you sure? No.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, beer guy. Here's the thing. Brian Kelly moves the ball. Brian Kelly scores points. He has virtually everywhere. I never doubt a Brian Kelly team offensively, especially when they have a quarterback. Going all the way back to Tony Pike in Cincinnati, and whenever he had a quarterback worth a damn at Notre Dame, Realtor Clark, David hates money, apparently. I've been allergic to it for years.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Kevin Brockway will join us 1 hour from now. He covers the Gators as we go even more in depth with the Canes Gators matchup. That's our poll question, by the way. Who are you picking to win, Miami or Florida? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly. He'll get to see Ohio State, Iowa, Notre Dame his first 3 weeks before the Big Ten opener for CBS is USC and Michigan. He's Gary Danielson, part of the Big Ten on CBS. He joins us now. Listen, your golf season used to go another 3 weeks before you had to start working. This has got to put a crimp in your style here.
That's so big. Congratulations for that. That's a hell of an accomplishment for someone who loves to play the game as much as I do, and I know you do, to shoot your age. You don't get nervous doing anything. That's the you take the broadcast and very analytically. It's not about emotion. When you're on 16 and you've got 3 holes left and par was within your grasp, was there any emotion? Gary, I think there were some buttons pressed that I screwed up on there. You got us now?
Hello?
Yeah, there you are. I hear him.
Yeah, I hear him. He doesn't hear
I was
us.
just talking to Mark, so my side's good, I think.
No, your side's definitely good. Okay. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Mark was asking you about, you keep emotion out of it as much as you can as a broadcaster. How are you doing on the 16th tee, trying to shoot your age?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I tried to do it all summer. I had 2 rounds left, and I finally did it. So it's the last year. It's even par. So it's either going to get harder or easier, one of the two, as you get older. So, no, it was a lot of fun. But I'm ready for football. I really am. all year you're going, okay, all right, it's coming. But then you get to go watch a couple practices and get that bug all over again. So it's fun to get started.
Well, obviously, it's a new day and age in college football, the 12-team playoff. Also, you can openly pay players. Hell, you can even boast about how much you've paid the players. And Ohio State has spent more this offseason than some NFL teams. So when you look at them and you look at their depth chart, okay, are they worthy of their ranking on paper?
Oh yeah, I mean, but it's still Ohio State. Everybody was going, and I think even Urban Meyer said this is the most talented Ohio State team ever. I mean, I know you do interviews and I do them too, but and I'm just going to go back a little bit for you. The first game Brad and I ever did together was 1992 Louisville at Ohio State. The two quarterbacks were Kirk Herbstreit and Jeff Brom. The head coach of Louisville was Howard Snellenberger. Just to give you an example of maybe the talent that Ohio State had then and has now. I know they got good running backs, but are they better than Eddie George and Robert Smith?
Exactly.
They got really good receivers. They're really good. But Joey Galloway was the receiver then. I mean, I don't know about how much they paid or whatever, but Ohio State is loaded, but other Ohio States teams have been loaded in the past as well. So 32 years later, we come back, and in my mind, I looked out there, what I saw from Ohio State, I really saw SEC talent. I mean, everybody wants me to compare all the time. It was like watching Georgia, LSU, Florida back in the day, just the teams at Alabama. They have that type of talent, good backups, obviously. The difference being, now it's openly, and even talking to the people around the program, every player they bring in now, it's much like the NFL. There's a dollar amount connected, and you don't get everybody you want. There's some players you have to take that wanted to come here that you just can't afford.
How much more pressure does that put on Ryan Day in your estimation? Because not only is obviously he's responsible for recruiting, but now responsible for bringing the players in the portal and the money that they're spending. Is it added pressure to Ryan Day in your estimation? Gary, for whatever reason, can't hear me, David, so you're going to have to do this, and I don't know why he can't hear me.
Gary, what Mark asked was, is the situation now
Gary
on
hung
and
up.
off? Oh, wow.
I'll get him back on, and you vamp for a little bit. Nice little production on air. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, that's a bummer. Gary Danielson joining us from Columbus. It'll be Akron and Ohio State tomorrow. Yeah, Ohio State is 7-touchdown favored. And then Iowa State, Iowa, and Notre Dame, Purdue. The first three games on Gary and CBS's 3:30 broadcast schedule. The Big Ten opener for Brad, Gary, and CBS will actually be week 4. It'll be USC's first ever Big Ten game. They'll be in the Big House, taking on.
Hey guys, our helmet microphones are not working.
Well, we're in F.
My old play. Can I just? This is like my dream come true. Could I just call my old play here?
That's true. If you want, you could interview yourself. You could just comment on what you want. We're like an FCS school, Gary. We insert the headphones just for when we play an FBS team.
Did you hear any of what I said in the last?
Oh, no, not about Ryan Day. No, we heard everything but Ryan Day.
I didn't talk about Ryan Day.
Well, then maybe that's why we didn't hear it. We asked, Mark asked if without out in the open everything is, does that possibly create even more pressure for any head coach? Never mind Ryan Day.
I don't think the pressure is any different at Ohio State than it was for John Cooper or Earl Bruce or Urban Meyer when he almost had a nervous breakdown. You have to win every game here. You have to beat Michigan. You have to contend for the national championship. This is the team that's not just talent-wise, but, the way the SEC is, it's college football 365 days a year. Most of the Big Ten, takes a break. Not in Columbus. Columbus is a pro franchise now almost in every way, and it's a great place to play, and the demands are high. But I don't think the pressure is any different for Ryan Day than it was for past Ohio State coaches.
Well, is there an area where they must improve? All right, in which you just say, listen, if you want to do what it is you want to do, which is win the Natty, well, you got to be better at this.
Well, yeah, this is a team that really only ran the ball, hard to believe, a team that won, a lot of football games last year. They only rushed the ball for under 140 yards a game. They need to run the ball better. They will. Bringing in Chip Kelly, his offenses at UCLA have always run the ball well. In the country under Chip at UCLA, they finished 17th, 6th, 14th, and 12th in the last 4 years in the country running the ball. Bringing in Will Howard, by the way, he was their pick to improve the balance of this Ohio State team. That has to be done. That'll make the defense better. That'll make it easier to throw the ball. I think there's two more areas. So that offensive line has to play better, but also the way they call the plays. And I felt they were a little too finessey, a little bit too quarterback-centric throwing the ball. I think they got to live with the fact that, run the ball. Sometimes you're not going to gain 8 yards. You're going to gain 2.5 yards, and you have to be willing to run the ball again, stick with the running game early in the game. But I think the toughest part for Ohio State is going to be two areas. They've got a lot of talented players that need the ball. 3 wide receivers, a lot of guys here that came back to improve their draft stock. And they're going to, have to stick together, much like the Michigan team stuck together with one goal of winning. I hope within the team there isn't a, hey, I need the ball thing stuck. So far, so good, obviously. It's all on the same page now, but that's number one. And then watching a lot of championship teams that I've covered in the past, there's always going to be those 2 or 3 clutch games. The games at Alabama, LSU under Joe Burrow, Georgia with Stetson Bennett, Michigan last year. You have to win those 2 or 3 games where you could get a loss, but you have to figure out a way to pull the game out. It's never easy all the way through. So as good as they are, they're going to get challenged in 2 or 3 games.
Well, and the schedule, they've got Iowa at home and then at Oregon back-to-back in early October. And then, listen, I'm high on Nebraska. I don't know if you and how many others are, but they get Nebraska, then at Penn State. And then obviously we all know they end with Michigan. So, this isn't Georgia's schedule from last year, if you know what I mean, where we thought they might be challenged once or twice. They got like 4 trouble spots on this schedule.
I agree. And, of the top 5 teams in the league that everybody's talking about with the chance to win, Ohio State plays 4 of them, so, these are legitimate football teams. They get Iowa at home, obviously. They get Michigan at home. So we'll see how it goes. But, I'm not just selling here. I'm observing. I do believe, obviously, the SEC is not coming back in their standard of football. They're not going to fall off the cliff and go, they used to be good, back in the, 2010 through 24. They were good. They're going to be good. There's great football players in that area of the country. So Michigan, Ohio State, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Oregon, USC, Penn State, they have to raise their level. The last couple of years, Ohio State, in my mind, the de facto national championship game, they're a field goal away from winning that game. And obviously Michigan did it that year. They need to continue to show that they can compete, and that'll give them more confidence and attract more players that goes down the line.
Gary, thanks for making time for us. Appreciate it. I'll see you either tonight or tomorrow.
So as you guys do better and better with this TV show, put a little money in technology on this thing.
Oh, no, that's the funny thing. We've actually invested in the technology. No. That's the funny thing. We've never spent more on this show.
I'm kidding you. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Gary.
You got it.
Gary Danielson joining us here on Miller and Moulton.
Did you catch that? He answered me the last question I asked. Thanks,
Yeah.
Gary. You got it. So he
Yep.
could hear me at the end. I have no idea what the hell's going on, but there are a lot of buttons that are pushed. There's another show at the station that I broadcast from that uses this room, and they press a lot of buttons. I press a lot of buttons, and apparently, we had buttons crossed, David. That's all I can say.
Okay. But also, I know, last week we had the computer worked Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, but we had a Tuesday and a Friday problem for whatever reason. We got Tuesday worked out. Now
Tuesday's fixed.
Right.
He sent me instructions on Friday, David, on how to fix it myself. I looked at the instructions. I said, maybe I can do this. I said, how about we just get through Friday the normal way, and I'll get another class with the folks at Arrakis who can help me out on for the rest of this stuff.
Well, it's just what we all want. We want a Friday class after our work week is done, right? Isn't that what we're all looking for?
You got a flight, I got a class. That's the difference.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, my flight's already delayed. All right. So, first major flight of the year, it could be an omen.
Ooh.
But Gary Danielson. Yeah, I hope not either. Gary Danielson joining us. Obviously expected to walk in the park tomorrow for the Buckeyes. And, the only people will be watching will be Ohio State fans. But considering they're the number one draw in the sport, that's what CBS is counting on. I will say, for as great a schedule as the Big Ten has now, television-wise, with the teams that were added and what have you, have you taken a look at Week 1's Big Ten opponent schedule? It's bad. It's really bad. Like, seriously, like Tony Petitti, you got 3 networks giving you $1 billion a year combined. You got to do something about this Week 1 schedule. I mean, CBS chose this game. They had a choice, and they chose Akron and Ohio State. That's how bad the schedule is.
I mean, arguably the best Big Ten competitive game was played last night, right? With the Gophers in North Carolina.
And obviously, Penn State on the road at West Virginia. All right. And that'll be, the best one of the bunch. But otherwise, I mean, Oregon's got Idaho. Ohio State's got Akron. Michigan's in prime time. The USC LSU game isn't available for any of its partners. NBC has Fresno State, Michigan in prime time. To give you an idea, Nebraska opens with UTEP. Rutgers opened yesterday with Howard. Wisconsin opens with Western Michigan. Maryland with UConn. Washington with Weber State. Indiana with FIU. I mean, come on now. Illinois with Eastern Illinois last night. You get the idea. Miller and Moulton on a football Friday.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, guys, the Blue Jackets confirmed it, but we weren't going to talk about it on the air until it was confirmed. Plus, I didn't realize that I knew that Dad had some health issues lately, but I guess his sister's getting married tomorrow. So that's why they were all in town.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, besides the obvious tragedy, I mean, if you're the sister, do you go through with getting married?
Yeah.
Okay, and then now, don't laugh, none of those places will give them their money back.
Ugh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Oh, and it feels like the first one of the year. I know we used it last week getting ready for Florida State and Georgia Tech, but come on, we had Thursday Night Football last night. That's when you know it's a Football Friday.
21 games last night, handful of games tonight, and then everything going on this weekend.
Listen, before we move on from last night, it's just one game, but how much different did Colorado look to you? Because let's face it, you know, we all watched a decent amount of Colorado last year. Deion and company got our attention. All right, they got off to the 3-0 start. We watched them get blown out against Oregon. We watched them lose 8 of their last 9. How much different did that Colorado team, Mark, last night look to you compared to last year?
Not a lot. Their defense got pushed around again. And North Dakota State, while a good team, not going to, I mean, I don't think, you know, they're not physically as good as what they're going to see in the Big 12 on a week in, week out basis.
No. Mm-mm.
And defensively, they were vulnerable like they were a year ago. Offensively, they are terrific. Sanders is really good. Hunter's really good. Love the comments. I said it earlier that Deion made after the game that they're not 50-50 balls with Hunter. If it goes up there, he's going to get it.
I think his kid's an NFL quarterback. And I don't just mean he's going to play in the league and, you know what. I mean, I think he's an NFL quarterback. I think he ends up being a team's guy. How good, we'll see. But I think a team turns it over to him in the next year, in 25 or 26. I do. I think he's an NFL quarterback.
Top 5 pick then.
Definitely top 10. You know, there'll be other quarterbacks. You know, so we could have 3 or 4 go real early again. You know, never mind, you're going to pass on Travis Hunter. You know, never mind, we're not talking about any of the, I mean, depending on, there's a lot of noise out there. We all know that. There's a lot of us with microphones. Mark, there have literally been 9 guys on the Ohio State roster that have been, quote, penciled in as first-round picks. Now, I'm confident in 5 of them, but I'm also confident that 9 will go in the first 2 rounds and 10 or more will go in the first 3. So, you know, where Sanders goes, if he stays healthy, I will be very surprised, Mark, if he doesn't go in the top half of the first round. And I actually think he'll go in the top 10.
I think you're absolutely right. I think they both are top 10 picks.
Yeah, Hunter might be a better player. Obviously, he doesn't play a more valuable position, but
they offensively, they're the real deal. They're a fun team to watch.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to score points. I just don't know who they can stop.
Their O-line, though, looked a lot better. Granted, it was against North Dakota State, albeit an elite top 5 FCS team, you know, the number 2 program in the sport right now behind South Dakota State. And once again, Oklahoma State playing host to South Dakota State, the 2-time defending FCS champions, tomorrow. North Dakota State was a 9.5 to 11.5 point underdog, depending on where and when you bet the game. South Dakota State's a 10-point dog at Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State's a top 3 pick in the Big 12 this year. I mean, that's pretty solid when you think about how good are the best FCS teams. Well, the best FCS program in the country is playing a top 3 preseason pick in the Big 12 at their place. They're a 10-point dog. That's a solid game.
And that ended up being the number last night was 9.5. Colorado, they did not cover. So Miller and Moulton took one on the chin.
Yep. We did. 1-1 in our picks. What a difference a week makes. And we both made our Fab 5 picks last hour. To review quickly, I went with the Gators. I went with West Virginia. I'm taking the home unranked teams getting points against ranked teams on the road. That's the percentage play over the last 20 years. They cover 58% of the time. My upset specials, Wyoming, getting 7.5 at Arizona State. Some places it's 7, though. Got to be honest. Some places it's 7. LSU, I like them laying 4.5 against USC. High scoring, 38-31. And I'm going to lay the points with the Noles. I think everybody's overreacting a little bit, just a little bit. I think they win. Little 38, 17 action, 38-21. They'll cover.
I went with Virginia Tech laying 13.5 over Vandy. I took my Spartans against Florida Atlantic laying the same number. Give me Liberty and lay the points. It's 35.5 against Campbell. I took the Canes. Moulton and I are going head-to-head in the Canes and the Gators, and I've got Notre Dame +3 against A&M.
I do think it's a tough matchup for Notre Dame. I think they're clearly better than A&M, but I do think it's a bad spot, if you know what I mean. Like, I even think week 2, I would feel a lot better about Notre Dame against A&M. They're playing a lot of new people on the offensive line against a good defensive front at College Station. I know they got a quarterback. I know the rest of their roster I like better, from an experience standpoint. But, Mark, I do not like them on the line, and I don't like them at tackle.
And you're right to worry about them at tackle. Obviously, the 2 draft picks to the NFL, then they lose a starting tackle early in their camp. So they're down on the depth chart. I just think the quarterback play in their offense is going to be enough. I worry about A&M scoring, David.
Well, and based on the last few years, you should. Notre Dame, by the way, plucked LSU's offensive coordinator. And obviously he did really good things there. Help when you have a Jaden Daniels. It does. But Notre Dame looking to pick it up offensively. So those are our picks. Lee Sterling's, by the way. And Lee Sterling will join us at the 7 a.m. Eastern spot every Friday. He took Penn State, laid the points. LSU laid the points. Georgia laid the points. The Canes laid the points. And he took the points with BC. You want to call him for his game of the week, it's A&M Notre Dame. So there you go.
21,000 is the text line, 21000. If you've never texted the show before, the keyword is Miller. Once you type that in, you can text as much as or as little as you would like. And we've been getting lots of texts throughout the show today, particularly when we start making picks, David. People start offering their picks and their criticism of our picks.
Well, and our picks are easy to criticize, so we understand. And right now our track record for this year is 1-1. So what did you think, by the way, of the Ayuk signing? Do you think the Niners are drunk? I mean, 4 for 120 for their number 2 wide receiver?
I think it tells you that they're what they're doing next year. I think this is it for Debo.
Right. Yeah. He's under contract, for those that want to know. He's under contract for next year, but what you're alluding to is he'll be under contract next year somewhere else.
It's what I believe. I think that's the move that they made, that they chose Ayuk long-term, which is interesting because they drafted Pearsall, which would be more of a replacement for Ayuk if you think about positionally how they line up. But I think they're going to go with Pearsall and Ayuk going forward, and Debo will be gone.
Do you think that we are onto something about teams might be able to afford paying the wide receivers this much money, but they are making a mistake that they should start viewing wide receivers more the way they view running backs because there are so many good ones and more coming every year? Do you really need to be paying your receivers? I mean, why can't I treat even a legit number 1 receiver, Mark? Why can't I treat him the way the Giants treated Saquon Barkley? 5-year deal, tag him for a year, and then, you know what? They decided not to tag him a second year. You and I maybe would tag our star wide receiver a second year. Get 7 years out of Justin Jefferson. Get him at 15 or so million the first 5 years on average, and then get them at 20-something million a year for the next 2 tagged. And for 7 years, we get Justin Jefferson for $120 million. instead of having to pay him $35 million a year on an extension.
It's a really calculated risk because you do have the Mike Evans of the world. You have Devontae Adams. There are receivers that are playing into their 30s and playing quality football. And unless you have a Mahomes who's been able to do it without a one, it seems that you need that one.
Well, I do think you need it somewhere. Like, obviously, in Kansas City's case, they have it at tight end. So I'm willing to adjust my theory. I'll pay one receiver, whether it's a wide receiver or an elite tight end. I'll pay top dollar for the one guy who alters the defense. Then everybody else I ain't paying for. I'm not paying the number 2 receiver with the Dolphins. I'm not paying Waddle $28 a year. Not doing it. Sorry.
And where are you investing it then? You're going to pay it somewhere. I mean,
well, you know me. Come on. You and I are investing at the same place. Where are we spending it?
On the offensive line.
Damn right. Damn right. Look how good they made Jared Goff. And I'm not playing around. I mean, that when you've got time to throw, everybody in the NFL can throw the ball. It's quick decision making. What do offensive lines do, Mark? They make you not have to make the decision so quickly. But everybody can throw the ball. Bailey Zappi can tear you apart if he's got time. He did. He can. So you and I are spending it on the offensive line and at a number 1 wide receiver. And everybody else, I don't know what to tell you. Do the best we can. But Brandon Ayuk did pretty well.
And you pointed it out early in the show. He didn't just do well. Receivers have done extremely well.
And we'll say it again. That Jason Light offseason, he gets Baker Mayfield at 33 to 35 a year. He gets Mike Evans at 21 to 22 a year. Oh, my goodness.
David, they win the division again. He almost should get GM of the year just on the signings he did in the offseason alone.
Absolutely.
When you look at what Atlanta's done to try to catch Tampa, if Tampa still wins the division, you really have to hand it to Jason Light and the job he did in the offseason.
And because he got those 2 guys on a discount, he could make Wirfs the highest paid tackle, and he made the safety the highest paid safety.
So they invested in their offensive line and defense because they got the wide receiver and quarterback at a monster discount.
I mean, heck, they're paying Baker and Mike Evans the same amount of money that the Jags are paying Trevor Lawrence. Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yes, Feeney. That particular job pays well. The other one does not. Hey, Mark, can you talk to me?
Yep.
Okay, good, because I just fixed something. I want to make sure it's working.
We're going to do Goudreau here, at least bring it up.
Yeah. I didn't want to start the hour with such a downer.
No. I'm with you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question. So who you picking, Gators or Canes in the big showdown tomorrow afternoon? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Early voting was hard for the Canes. Canes enjoyed which is very unusual. You know, Miami-Dade and Broward County coming out early to vote. We usually don't get those results until much later in the day, David.
Right.
We got them early, and the Gator faithful have come on lately. Now the Gator faithful with 53% of the vote to 47% for the Canes faithful.
The point spread is not involved in the poll question, but for what it's worth, Miami a 2.5-point road favorite. Mark taking the Canes against the number. I'm taking the Gators to win straight up at home, but vote in our poll question. Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators, will join us in a little more than 15 minutes time. We've been very upbeat, positive, fired up, psyched. It's the first full football Friday of the season. Magic numbers are 1 and 6, if you will. We're happy. There is a really awful story that has emerged in the last 12 hours, and it's only been confirmed in the last 45 minutes in the sports world. Just awful. Johnny Gaudreau, 31 years of age, an outstanding player in the NHL. He's been with the Columbus Blue Jackets the last 2 years. Before that, he made his mark in Calgary. He and his younger brother, Matthew, who also played professionally, never to the highest level, but he played in Europe and he played in the ECHL. So they returned to their home in South Jersey, about Salem Township, I believe, or Salem County. It's about 30 miles southeast of Philadelphia. It's across the Delaware River. It's in Jersey, but just to give you an idea where in Jersey, it's about 30 miles southeast of Philadelphia. And they returned home because their sisters get married today in Philadelphia. And they went out for a bike ride last night. And they were struck by a drunk driver. And they were both killed.
Goudreau was married, had 2 children, and obviously much more than a loss in the sports world, just a tragic loss for his wife, his kids, his parents, his sister, who's, as David mentioned, was getting married today. Both he and his brother were going to be groomsmen in the wedding. Just an awful story from South Jersey this morning.
And it took a long time to get confirmed. There were rumors that were out. Actually, there were 2 different Philadelphia TV stations. One had reported about the accident, but couldn't confirm anyone in it. I believe it was the ABC affiliate in Philadelphia that actually reported last night that it was Goudreau and his brother, but no authorities. This New Jersey State Police, the Columbus Blue Jackets, the Goudreau family, no one would confirm that until roughly about 45 minutes ago. And so, for those that have been with us all day, it's been out there, but we didn't talk about it. We obviously were going to wait for the horrific confirmation. So that story is out there, and obviously it's awful. And for the Columbus Blue Jackets organization, it's the second time in the last 3 off seasons they've had a player die. They had a goalie who got killed July 4th because one of the fireworks hit him in the throat. This organization's had a lot go wrong in its 20 years. And this arguably their best player for not that means anything in the grand scheme of things, but arguably their best player.
It was Johnny Hockey, for crying out loud.
Right.
Oh,
so
terrible.
So that story is out there, and unfortunately, we feel compelled, we at least needed to let you know, and obviously we did not want to ignore it. And so now we go back to the very trivial, but much more upbeat Football Friday, last one without the NFL.
And as we talked earlier in the show, Brandon Ayuk getting his deal done with the 49ers. As you said, David, that deal's been on the table for 17 days?
Yeah, August 12th apparently was when the deal was first presented to him. So he pulled all these stunts, Mark, because this deal did not make him happy. 4 years, $120, 76 guaranteed. The way it's structured, he will receive $47 million between now and April 1st. That's 7 months, by the way. And this deal, he didn't want.
Didn't want it so much that he wanted to be traded.
Right. Or maybe the deal was okay, but he really didn't want to stay in San Francisco. I don't know. They're probably a better option in terms of winning and losing than just about anyone else who's on your list. But so the wide receivers have gotten paid this offseason in a big way. In all honesty, doesn't this put a little pressure? Like if you're the Dolphins, Tyreek Hill now is going to go, you do know I'm making the same that Brandon Ayuk is making.
And they just gave him a raise, for crying out loud.
Right. But Mark, come on. We know how the world works. Most of us say if I was making $30 million a year, I'd show up for work. I'd be the happiest employee. I'd bring donuts every morning.
Ooh, haven't had a donut in a long time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. There's
all right.
The breakfast has been pretty boring. Maybe today's a good day to run to Trackside and grab a cream-filled donut because they're delicious.
Well, now that you mention it, I may hit Krispy Kreme on the way to the airport. So, but anyway.
I thought the point you made, though, if you're Cincinnati, who's a cheap organization that we talked about, what do you do with Jamar Chase? You sign him.
Today. It's only going to get more expensive. Whether you want it to or not doesn't matter. You sign him today. Give him split the difference. Okay, Jefferson's getting 35. CD's getting 34. Look at him and go 34 and a half, 4 years. It's 100 and what's it? 138 million? 4 for 138. How much you want me to guarantee? I'll guarantee 100 of it. I'll guarantee 80% of the contract, which is more than the going rate. The going rate's usually in the 70 to 75% range.
And I know they're a cheaper organization, but if you got to get the signing bonus so it's in comparison with CD, so you're kind of making sure he gets that upfront money, you get it done. Because as we pointed out, it's not going to get any cheaper for the receiver pool.
Well, no, plus it's the extension. It's not what he's making this year. He's making year 4 of his 5-year rookie contract this year. So next year he's making the 5th year option money. The extension is for 26, 27, 28, and 29. Do you know what the salary structure is going to be 2 years from now? Do you know what the cap is going to be 2 years from now? It's a $248 million cap this year. I got money that says I'll over or under 299 million. 2 years from the 2026 salary cap, over or under 299 million.
What's a 10% increase each year get it to?
Well, 24.8, which would then get it to 273 and change. And so 24, 27 and change, it would be like 301.
I'll go over.
10% increases get it to 301.
I'll go over just because I think we're more likely to get 10% increases than less than that.
In fact, I think now do quick math. I think it might get it even up to 303. So yeah, I mean, just 6% raises. And don't you figure, come on, the way they structured the media deal and what have you, they got to give themselves 6%, slightly above cost of living, insert joke here. All right. I mean, come on, 6%. That's 15 million for next year. That takes you to 263 and change. Now do it again. Okay, that's 16 million. I mean, if they go 6% increases, Mark, the cap's 280. It's 280 for when this deal kicks in with Chase. And do you know what 34.5 million is? Okay, it's 12%.
Maybe that's a little more than you want to spend on year one, but the point that we're making is if you wait a year, you're going to wait too long, and that 35 could be 37, 38. Miller and Moulton, we're going to talk some Gators with Kevin Brockway. He's next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ray, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I'm really healthy until noon. My breakfasts are very healthy. No donuts, no bad stuff. A little blueberry smoothie and a protein bar. But I'm telling you, I could go get donuts today and love them.
Way to go, Fin Fan.
That's self-control right there. I'm impressed.
Yep. And not only that, a 2-year-old, I mean, they're not going to give you any guilt. They're not going to. So, that was impressive.
So Sunday night, I think it was Sunday night, we put the daughter to bed, and I went to Culver's and got concrete mixers for the wife and I. Daughter gets up. Might have been Tuesday night, but the daughter gets up and sees the shrapnel in the garbage. And apparently threw a pretty good, not like a fit, but I mean, was flat out like mad at both of us that we didn't get her one and put it in the freezer so she had it in the morning. I mean, honked off. I mean, I picked her up at school and she's like, not really happy with you, Dad.
Hey, just like there are things that are just between daddy and you, there are some things that are just between mommy and daddy. Come on now.
Unbelievable. So last night after gymnastics practice, she got a blizzard because I felt guilt. And I'm telling you right now, the Culver's concrete mixer is better than the blizzard. It just is.
That's impressive.
It's a bold statement, I know, but it's better than the blizzard.
You calling Kevin?
Sure, why not?
Let's keep our fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, way to go, Johnny. I have to admit, I'm not a Corona guy. Don't like it.
Kevin's on.
Great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, vote already. Who you picking? Canes or Gators? You don't have to like either one. You got an opinion on the game. Curious how many of you like one side but are picking the other. Probably 3 of you. That's it. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. The Miami-Florida game has maybe come up with Kevin Brockway in the last, 4 months or so. He covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun, part of the Florida network for Gannett. You can follow Kevin on X, Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Yes, game day is finally approaching.
Well, can you address the reports in the last 2 weeks that the Gators at the point of attack in practice don't look as good as they should look? Is that true?
You hear mixed things with regards to the offensive line, particularly the right side of the offensive line. And there was some competition there, and it looks like Cam Waits is going to start at right tackle, Damian George at right guard. So I think that's an area too where you've got a little bit of a concern level, particularly facing this Miami front. As far as the defensive line is concerned, I think they've got some guys. And I think the front seven. Grayson Howard is going to be a good addition next to Shamar James in terms of stopping the run. I mean, he's a physical linebacker. He's 235 pounds. He had a great spring, and he followed up with a really strong fall camp. So I think they've got some guys there. Do they have any pass rushers that scare you? Probably not. I mean, I don't know how far away LJ McCray is. I think he's going to play a little bit, but we haven't heard. George Gums is a guy, a redshirt freshman transfer from Northern Illinois, is another guy that's kind of intriguing there as an edge rusher a little bit, and you've heard some things on and off about him in practice. But I think the proof in the pudding will come on Saturday, right, in terms of because Miami's going to want to run it to establish that run game with Damian Martinez and Fletcher, and Florida's going to have to stop that first.
The Gators are going to want to run it as well, and but Mertz's passing, his accuracy is so good, and how good they are in that game, and maybe the weak point of Miami is their secondary. Do you expect Florida to go up top early?
Yeah, I think it's going to be balanced, and it's good that they have Montrell Johnson back, obviously, and it sounds like he has no limitations. I mean, we will see with regards to the knee, that they scoped them the first weekend of August, but, we were seeing, I mean, even, 2 weeks ago, him running really hard on the treadmill. I think he's going to be okay, and I think he's going to be full go. And I think with Billy Napier to establishing the run, play action, go over top. I mean, Graham Mertz, to go over the top too. I mean, your offensive line is going to need to protect again, as we addressed earlier. So you might see some quick game at points if that's an issue. Him, just quick 3-step drops and getting the ball out and hoping for yards after catch. And more of those, bubble screen, which the fans don't like, but. I mean, you've got to sometimes set up a defense that way. So it'll be interesting to see, the offensive game plan. And, Billy Napier is still calling the plays, although Russ Callaway, the tight ends coach, has been promoted to co-offensive coordinator as well. And I think he's having a say in the game planning too, to see how they come out and to see if they can attack the Miami secondary a little bit, which is probably the weakness of their defense.
Kevin, you've covered the Gators at 2 different stints for a long time. It just seems, it feels, and this could be foolish thinking on our part, it just seems and feels that this might be the biggest regular season home game that Billy Napier's maybe ever going to have as head coach. That if he wins it, you can see, okay, they can get through this year, whatever the record's going to be, he can build this program. They lose it. Oh, boy, how do we get to 6? If he has a 3rd straight losing season, can we really keep him? I mean, Kevin, are we overstating the importance of this game?
I think it's an important game, but I will say that there's enough quality games on the schedule where you can recover. I mean, I'm looking at more like the month of September. I think you got to get out 3-1 at least, and you've got Texas A&M and Miami at home. I mean, if you lose to Miami, then Texas A&M becomes a must-win in my mind. But I do think that for the fan base, for the confidence, the fact that you're coming into this on a 5-game losing streak from last year, from all the talk, and you've got 14 returning starters. Billy has played up the experience card, 41,000 snaps. Well, my thing is, let's see, you've got 14 returning starters. Let's see how your player development is within you and your coaching staff. Are guys getting better? Are guys going to go out there and make leaps? We've heard good things about Jordan Castell at safety. Let's see it. Obviously Trey Wilson, his second year in the system, and what he did as a true freshman. And they played a lot of true freshmen last year. I mean, Aiden Mizell is another guy in camp who's had a very good camp and could factor into the passing game at receiver as well. But you're going to want to see if some of these freshmen that got playing experience last year as true freshmen took their lumps. Are they growing? Are they getting better? That's what I want to see, and that'll be kind of a mark on whether Billy Napier and his staff are doing a good job developing guys, because he's had guys in the system for 1 year and guys in the system for 2 years as well.
Well, there's no doubt that the improvement's got to be there if the Gators are going to get a win. You talked about the balance. Where does it come from the receiver standpoint? They lose Pearsall on a lot of yards. Where do you expect the big plays to come from on the outside?
Yeah, Trey Wilson is the guy, really, and he, obviously he had a big spring game. He's had a good camp, and he's their burner. He's their deep threat. Shamir Dike and Elijah Badger, the two transfers, Dike from Wisconsin and Badger from Arizona State, are going to factor into the passing game as well. And Dike obviously has chemistry with Graham Mertz. I mean, they teamed up 2 years ago, I believe, at Northwestern for 10 catches, 75 yards, with 3 TDs in a game there. So he's familiar with Dike. And Badger also is a guy who has a lot of talent coming from Arizona State. Khalil Jackson, obviously a veteran returning guy too. Marcus Burke has had a good camp, and as I mentioned, Aiden Mizell. So I think those 6 guys, they feel pretty good about all 6 wide receivers, and the key is going to be Graham Mertz, delivering the ball, and his second year as a starting quarterback as a transfer. We've seen some of these transfer quarterbacks make second year leaps, and Graham's got high football IQ, hard worker. I mean, the big question is, can he throw the deep ball? I think that will be, and will they take shots? And I think that's going to be, the combination of that. And can they protect him too? Obviously, he was sacked 33 times last year. I think those are all 3 big questions to watch here as we get into Saturday.
Well, they have to take shots. All right. They just have to. I mean, if your opponent's weakest link is the secondary, you've got to take shots. Kevin Brockway covers the Gators for the Gainesville Sun and in the state of Florida as part of the Gannett Network. Follow him on X, Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1. So is the biggest area of improvement then going to come from within? A very young team last year, a lot of them back, or have there been certain areas where he's hit the transfer portal and grabbed plug and play guys?
Yeah, I think too with the transfer portal, I'll be fascinated to see. I think one area where Billy Napier and the staff so far have lacked is if you look at their track record, they've brought in some very good offensive transfer players. Obviously, Cyrus Torrance, Ricky Pearsall, Montrell Johnson, a couple of guys, that followed them from Louisiana, but they've had good, but they have yet to really bring in a defensive transfer where they've really hit on. And I think, Asa Turner, the safety from Washington, is going to be starting. Grayson Pop Howard, as I mentioned, is going to be starting. Joey Slackman is going to be in the mix as a defensive tackle rotation. Those 3 guys, I'm going to be curious to see what kind of impact that they make on the defensive side of the ball, which, as you know, has really struggled, but Elijah Badger on offense and Shamir Dike will be interesting too. But I think mostly it's about the guys that are returning. And I think that's going to be the key. Are they going to be a year older or a year better? Austin Barber at left tackle, I think, is going to be probably the most important guy in the game. Because Reuben Bain, I remember watching him at a game at Clemson last year. He really wrecked that game. So that matchup, or do you bring in a tight end, a guy like Hayden Hansen, to maybe double him or do max protection, but then you don't have a receiver out, another weapon. And Hayden and Boardingham too. Arliss Boardingham is another guy at tight end that's a receiving threat that kind of emerged last year too. So he's someone else that's going to factor into the passing game as well. But it's a lot of those guys. Like, are they going to make a jump, get better? There's been a lot of talk about the weight room and Tyler Miles, the new strength coach, and these guys being a little more physically mature and being more physical. Well, we'll get a chance to see that on Saturday against the physical Miami team.
Final question, Kevin. Special teams has not been good under Billy Napier. They lost the Arkansas game last year because of it. We all know the problems they've had getting 11 guys on the field for special teams. I mean, sometimes they've had 13, sometimes they've had 9. I mean, is Billy still the special teams coach, or is he handed it off, and are they going to be any better?
Well, they have Joe Houston they brought in as another special teams analyst to help Chris Couch. And this year, as you know, the NCAA rule change, the analysts, are allowed to be on the field. So they were on the field in fall. And they've got the twister mat, David. They've got the launch pad that they're going to be using on the sideline where they're going to make sure everyone is lined up properly in their spots. So we'll see if that makes a difference. But that's something that Joe Houston brought over. He was a special teams coach of the New England Patriots, and his prior experience also Iowa State. He was a former kicker at USC. And I think with Trey Smack, being the full-time kicker this year, his accuracy was pretty good. He was 17 to 21, 11 of 11 inside of 40 yards, which is what you want. And Crawshaw's a really good punter that can flip the field. So I do think that in the kicking game, they've got some guys. And return-wise, it'll be interesting. Trey Wilson's going to be returning punts, it looks like. And, Montreal Johnson might be returning kickoffs. So as they're taking that seriously in terms of having, starting guys in the mix at some of the return areas as well. But, 2 years they have yet to return a punt or kickoff, under Billy Napier. And it's going to depend again on those coverage units to get some holes up.
Kevin, thanks for your time. It's going to be a long, exciting day for you tomorrow, and hopefully we can talk again soon.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you, David.
Kevin Brockway, covering the Gators for the Gainesville Sun and for Gannett throughout the state of Florida. Follow him on X, Kevin Brockway G1, Kevin Brockway G1.
All right. Turnovers are equal. Where's the area the Gators have to win the game to you?
Big plays on offense. That's how they beat Utah 2 years ago. I'm counting on the same thing. I have to admit, I like that game was at night. This one is not. Because I'm counting on I'm counting on Swamp Magic. I'm counting on the Gators home opener. They never lose it. Haven't lost it in 34 years. Usually they don't play somebody like this. I get it. Miami has to prove they can win a big game away from home. They beat A&M at home last year. But, Mario and that whole group, they haven't done anything either. So, somebody...
Oh, no. I mean, I think you're right. And the other side of it is if, Miami has to control both lines of scrimmage. That's where they're going to win the game. They're going to win the game to me, and I know Cam Ward can throw it, but I think they win the game if they can run the ball effectively.
I think Miami has an edge, particularly offensive line against the Gators' defensive front, and I certainly think they'll have it over time. It's why I think the Gators have to make big plays. Billy Napier's teams, with very few exceptions, have not made big plays. They've been pretty boring. They've been very, grinded out, control, short passing game. No, Mertz has got to let it rip tomorrow. And he's got a couple of speed receivers who should get open.
Can they give him enough time for the big play to happen? And can the Miami pass rush take some of that away from the Gators? We'll see tomorrow, 3:30 in the Swamp. Cannot wait. All the implications that this game has, not only for the two programs, for the ACC and the playoff. I think there is a lot riding on this game, more than just winners and losers. I think it will dictate some things that happen when we get further down the road.
And I know Florida won that game against Utah 2 years ago and then didn't amount to much. But then again, Anthony Richardson got hurt because he always does. I mean, So I know the Gators can win, and still it'll be hard pressed just to get to a damn bowl with that schedule, quite frankly. But for the Canes, very quickly, Mark, if they beat the Gators, FAMU, Ball State, at South Florida, I mean, they should be 4-0 hosting the Hokies. Then they go to Cal and they get a bye week. I mean, at Louisville. Now, Virginia Tech, Louisville, not going to be easy, but I mean, they beat the Gators, Mark. They'll be favored to be 7-0 hosting the Noles.
Yes, they will. Should
Be
favored in every game all year if that's the case.
Been a long time since the Canes have been that.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
A Gator chomp. You sure I won't bring your team bad luck?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton this week. And obviously on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
Miller and Moulton made their picks. We're going head-to-head on the Gators-Canes game. Mark likes the Canes. Willing to lay the 2.5 against the number as part of his Fab 5. I'm taking the home dog in the Gators to pull the upset. I'm also taking West Virginia in the points. I think Penn State gets the win. I think West Virginia covers. I saw a trend. It's always dangerous. Miller or Moulton seeing a trend and playing it. But the unranked home team against the ranked road team, home team the time. So I'm playing the Gators and the Mountaineers, looking for at least a split.
And, I hope, like hell, you get the Mountaineers right.
I know you do. I know you do. Did I overstate the question to Kevin Brockway about the significance of this game for Billy Napier?
I don't think so. I really don't. Because I think Ryan Day has the hottest seat in the country to start the year. I really do. I think they have to get to the playoff. They have to win a game in the playoff, or they're not going to be happy with the coach in Columbus.
Okay. I mean, it's funny. I didn't think Ryan Day's seat got hot till late November, but okay.
No, it's not hot against Akron, but on the season, I think he has one of the hottest seats that there is. I really do. Napier's is in the vicinity. And if they lose to Miami, I don't know what will be hotter, the swamp or the seat that Billy Napier sits on.
Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators, says he's looking at September as a whole, that if they lose to the Canes, that they basically then have to win the rest of the month, including beating A&M. And obviously A&M, a 3-point home favorite against Notre Dame. Notre Dame, a consensus top 10 team, right?
Yes.
And yet A&M's a home favorite. So A&M expected to be a road favorite in a few weeks against Florida. We'll see.
And if they split those games, Gator fan will be happy that they beat A&M. But David, we've talked, there's a lot of angst. For the older Gator fan, there's a lot riding on this game. This is a big rivalry to the Gator fan that's 40, 45 plus. The younger Gator fan doesn't maybe understand the history of this rivalry and how intense it was, and the fact that they're not playing honks off Miami and Florida. Fans, not administrations.
Right. These two fan bases and programs don't like each other. There is a healthy respect, I believe, between the Canes and the Noles. I believe while there is dislike between the Gators and the Noles. I actually believe that each side respects the other. They hate them, but I think they respect them. I don't think the Gators and the Canes respect each other. I think they just dislike each other. And when there's no respect, it can get nasty.
Yeah, I think following X during the game to see the shenanigans that go on in the crowd could be something. I think there will be a lot of ejections at this game.
And if you're just joining us, I asked Kevin Brockway if this is the biggest regular season game that Billy Napier is ever going to coach at Florida. Because if he wins it, then you can see, okay, he's going to get accomplished this year what he needs to get accomplished to see next year. And next year, he's got the 5-star recruit now with a 4th year of player personnel and this roster beginning to look like it needs to look. And in theory, he'll take it from here and the Gators will return to being the Gators at some point. But if he loses this game, is he going to be able to go 6-5 the rest of the way minimum? I mean, there are a lot of Gator faithful that are like, yeah, we need 7 wins this year. Well, that means 7-4 the rest of the way. And we all know about the finishing 5-game gauntlet. And if you lose to Miami, are you sure you're going to beat A&M at home? You're going to go to Tennessee and get a W?
One of the all-time backhanded compliment to the young Gator fan just came in on the text line, David. Younger Gator fans get perfect scores on their SAT, so they've got no sense. Huge Gator fan going to the game. They need to win. It's that simple. Basically saying the new Gator fan is too smart to understand hatred, David. They just don't get it. I think that's hysterical.
It's our poll question. Who you picking to win? Gators or Canes? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X.
Florida maintaining a 53-47 lead. It's been close throughout.
Can we talk about some of the other games for a second? Do you think West Virginia hangs with Penn State or no?
I do. I think this game is everything to West Virginia. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. They closed school today to let traffic come in.
Why are you closing school? A football game.
A football game.
Well, not just a football game. Penn State's coming to town.
This one will be, I don't know, not maybe as nasty as Florida and Miami, but it will have the same type of nastiness to it. West Virginia does not like Penn State. Penn State looks down upon West Virginia. Fact that it's in Morgantown's even better. David, is there a team that we trust less than Penn State in a moment to win a game? Well, I think they win the game, but you know what I mean. They're just not to go out and beat West Virginia and cover. I'd be surprised.
Well, I got to say this. In all the games that weren't, Michigan and Ohio State last year, Penn State was money. Didn't they win every other game by 2 touchdowns or more? I mean, they just can't. I mean, heck, Mark, a couple years ago, they went to Auburn and whacked Auburn on the road. I mean, they just can't beat Ohio State and Michigan these last couple of years. Otherwise, they've been doing fine. But against Ohio State and Michigan, they can't score points, can't move the ball. Offense looks like Iowa. Against everybody else, they look fine. So in theory, I'm making a dumb bet here. Because this ain't Ohio State or Michigan. Penn State should be fine. By the way, a team we're talking about where you're going to find the wins. This is USC schedule this year. LSU on a neutral field at Michigan. Now they get Wisconsin at home. Get Penn State at home. At Washington.
Washington's terrible. That's
okay.
They don't win that game. That's a fireable offense. With everything that Washington lost, that is not a tough game.
Okay. We'll say, so at home, USC gets Wisconsin, Penn State, Rutgers, Nebraska, Notre Dame.
And Rutgers is much improved this year. He did not. That was not a mistake when he said Rutgers.
But the road games, after at Michigan, it's not Murderer's Row. It's Minnesota, it's Maryland, it's Washington, it's UCLA. Going forward, though, if you're USC, they're openly talking about getting rid of the Notre Dame game. They're like, yeah, Big Ten, and we want to schedule a non-conference game along the lines of LSU, something high profile early in the season. I mean, USC is out loud talking about doing away with the Notre Dame game.
It's amazing the newcomer to the Big Ten is the one that has the kahunas to not schedule Notre Dame anymore.
Got that right.
I hope it doesn't happen because it's a rivalry game that should take place every year.
But, Penn State, 10-3 last year. The losses at Ohio State to Michigan. Then they lost the bowl. Year before, 11-2. The losses at Michigan, home to Ohio State. I mean, they haven't lost to anybody, take the bowl game out of the equation when they lost to Ole Miss. But, I mean, a regular season game, last time they lost to somebody not named Ohio State was to your Sparty team 3 years ago.
And they don't have Michigan on the schedule this year. They host the Buckeyes. They go to USC that David mentioned. They go to Wisconsin. Other than that, Penn State should win 11 games this year. If they're as good as advertised and they take care of West Virginia, they should win 11 games.
That's the coach, by the way, who has to make the playoff or he's fired. Even though there are losable games at West Virginia, at USC, obviously home for Ohio State. But he's got to make the playoff, I believe, with the amount of money they've committed to him, and they don't like him. They don't like him. They just haven't found anybody better yet. But they'd like to, because they've gotten to the point where they don't think he can win the big games.
He's done nothing to prove that he can.
Not in a long time. Got to go back to, was that 2016? Blocked the field goal and beat Ohio State and then won the Big Ten title. Got left out of the playoff. I mean, I don't know how many big games he's won since.
You are right that's a team. I have them making the playoff. You have them making the playoff. It would be a huge disappointment with the schedule they have, with what they bring back.
If I told you Penn State, Notre Dame, only one of them makes the playoff, do you think either coach survives missing the playoff?
I think at Notre Dame would have a better shot.
Because he's younger in his tenure?
Yes.
This is year 11 for Franklin, by the way. Year 11. That went by quickly, didn't it?
Not very eventful either.
Not in a while. Not in a while. Nope.
And then, well, you mentioned, you mentioned the Penn State game, and you just brought up Notre Dame. Notre Dame and A&M. This is a monster game for the Fighting Irish. It really is.
I mean, if they lose it, how much margin of error do they have the rest of the way?
They can lose one more. I think 10-2 Notre Dame gets in.
So you think how about if they bookend their season with losses? They Oreo cookie it. They lose to A&M to start. They lose to USC to finish. Remember, they need Florida State.
That would be a double stuff. There's so many games there. It'd be a lot of frosting in the middle. Delicious.
Okay. They need Florida State. Notre Dame needs Florida State to be good. That's their big game in the double stuff portion of their schedule, is home against Florida State. They need a good Florida State team to show up in South Bend. They need to get credit for that win.
Can they do it against the Aggies to get the season started? The Aggies a 3-point favorite at home against Notre Dame. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when What's on Tap. It's 25 minutes ahead. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Anybody see the graphic in the Colorado North Dakota State game last night? Remember we were talking about Dion and who would want him, that sort of deal. So since Dion became the head coach, the football program's social media followers have added almost 2 million followers. Merchandise sales are up just under 600%. University presidents care about the next stat I'm going to give you. University applications amongst African American students up over 50%. And then you get the whole economic impact of, the Boulder community during games now that they're sold out versus what they were before. And they're guesstimating that every home game's worth, millions more.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. Hey, I didn't tell you this. Probably should have done it off air, but you know what? The heck
That's
with it.
not how we roll on this show.
Oh, we really don't.
You want a highly produced show, and you're in the wrong place.
Right.
You want a show that produces on the fly, brings up topics for the first time off air to surprise the other guests. Now you found the right show.
So, so we're on in Jacksonville on the Action News Jax app. Okay. It's the #1 TV station in town. They got their app. All right. They cover sports better than any local station I literally have ever seen in the nearly 40 years that I've been following local TV and radio. Honestly, they can't believe in this day and age with local sports departments having been cut and gutted and newspapers and TV stations. I mean, they do a high school football red zone on Friday night for 4 hours. All right. I'm serious. Action News Jax is amazing. The sports coverage. They cover everything. They cover the Jax, obviously, but they cover the PJ Tour scene. Honestly, it's the best local sport. Whether they carried our show or not, I thought this. Seriously, I've never seen and Mark, I worked in the industry when we had like 5 people sports departments. I've never seen a station cover the local sports scene the way these guys cover it. It's remarkable. So their franchise show follows us. All right. So we're just killing time for them. But apparently they like us. So that's great. They text me last night. They said, "Hey, we heard you picking games. We pick games." I'm like, well, yeah, I think everybody does the show picks games. How about we go head to head every week picking games? Huh?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Our show against their show?
Yeah. Apparently it's the same games, though. Apparently,
right. Well, that's kind of the way
right.
you do it. It can't be this Wyoming and
hey,
Liberty and things like that.
Hey, don't you be dogging my Wyoming Cowboys upset pick.
David, I'm not knocking it. I'm just merely saying if you were to pick 5 games or to choose from, I don't think Wyoming, Arizona State, or Liberty Campbell would make the cut. I took one shot at each of us. I didn't do a solo at Moulton.
All right.
I brought up, give me Liberty and lay the points. That's been my motto for years.
Listen, we should have T-shirts made. You've been doing this long enough. I mean, our third act is only slightly longer than the amount of time that you've been saying, give me Liberty and give me the points. So, all right. So anyway, so we're going to have a contest against Brent Martineau and the boys, the guys, the gang.
So do we, obviously we have to then have, you and I have to agree.
Yeah.
And one of the games we don't agree on.
Yeah. I just say we go with who's right that week. If your week's better than mine, you break the tie.
Well, how are we picking Florida Miami? Because I know that's one of the games.
No. Apparently, they're waiting until I think it's 3 college, 3 pro. So they're waiting until next week.
All right, I'm in.
So that's what I said. I told them we're in. So there. But
A lot of pressure.
We're getting challenged. Just so you know, we've been challenged on the text line before. We've never been challenged by another show.
That is true, at least that we know of.
Right. Now, I say all the pressure's on them. He's the known commodity in Jacksonville. Everybody knows who he is. Okay. Even though they did include us, by the way, in a promo during a Jags preseason game. I know. But
did they tell you that they did that, or did somebody at the game say, holy crap,
they actually said, hey, did you see the promo? And it happened to be the weekend that I was in Jersey with my mom celebrating her 80th. And I'm like, out of town. Why? And he's like, I included you in the promo that aired during the Jags game.
Wow.
Son of a gun.
Huh. They must not know us very well.
Well, right. Oh, no, we've got them totally bamboozled. Okay. Plus, they get the show for free. So, we fill 4 hours and it's free. I mean, how much can we suck?
When you say it that way, it's a dadgum good point.
It's Mark. It's what I put on the pamphlet. That's how I'm trying to sell us. 4 hours and it's free. How bad can it be? See, it rhymes and everything.
Look at there.
4 hours and it's free. How bad can it be?
Just give us time. We'll prove it to you.
So beginning next week, we have to have our act together. We've been challenged. The gauntlet has been dropped. The hammer. So for the record, Miller and Moulton going head-to-head on the Gators-Canes game. And, also, do you have any game? You're Mr. Favorite. You are. Okay, and not just this week. You've said, I bet favorites. I pick favorites. We do the NCAA bracket. Okay, I do a lot of chalk. I don't go for upsets. Do you have anyone this week in which you're like, you know what? If an underdog's going to win, here's who I like.
Well, I mean, it's not much of an underdog, but I did pick Notre Dame, and they're getting 3 points.
Right. But I think a lot of people are surprised that Notre Dame's the dog in that game.
But there are not a lot of games that have, this is a bit of a weekend. Like, I don't think USC has much of a shot against LSU. I love your pick there.
Oh, wow.
The USC defense has to prove something. The LSU offensive line might be the best in the country.
I do think by the time USC shows up in Michigan on September 21st, that defensively because he brought in a great defensive staff. I mean, he plucked the UCLA defensive staff, who had done a tremendous job these last couple of years for Chip Kelly. So their coaching is going to be very good on that side of the ball. They also brought in 2 of UCLA's defensive starters. So I think they'll figure it out defensively, but it'll just take them a little while.
2 dogs I was thinking very hard of playing was Clemson, but that line diminished so much. When that was around 14, it went all the way to 11.5. I don't like it nearly as much where it's at, but I thought that I liked that line at that number. And I think South Dakota State's going to give Oklahoma State all they want.
Ooh, look at you. Look at you. Were you tempted to take the 10?
I was very tempted to take the 10.
If there was a hook involved, if it was 10.5, would you have pulled the trigger?
I probably should have played it anyhow. Yes, I would have. I think the Jackrabbits, they're coming to play. That's going to be a hell of a game.
I will say this. I give Oklahoma State and Colorado credit for scheduling South Dakota State and North Dakota State. I mean, when you're scheduling the 2 best programs in FCS, I mean, that's a real team. I mean, right now, and I'm serious about this, you put South Dakota State or North Dakota State in the MAC. Okay.
Oh, they win it.
Okay.
Going away.
Well, I mean,
No,
usually
going away. The
Okay.
MAC is dreadful now, David.
it's not good right now, but usually, the best team in a league. But I'm with you. I actually think South Dakota State would win the MAC. I do.
South Dakota State or Miami of Ohio? I'll take South Dakota State.
So,
Miami of Ohio picked to win one of the
Right.
sides.
So, I give Oklahoma State and Colorado credit because, it's not like it's tough to find. Liberty found Campbell, for goodness sakes. Arkansas played Pine Bluff yesterday. Won by 70. I
They
remember
needed an APB to find them yesterday, David. UA PB.
Mhm. Something I didn't realize, and the announcers didn't talk about it. So apparently Pine Bluff got penalized 15 yards at the beginning of each half because they needed to wear uniforms that were more of a contrast to what Arkansas was wearing. And they didn't, so they got fined. And Arkansas declined the penalty at the start of each half. I'd never heard of that before. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, ugly. What's on tap today was the day one, all coming up. Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
I got to admit, I'm kicking myself. And I didn't play it because the game's tonight. But Oklahoma's going to cover against Temple. Temple's probably the worst team in the American. And Oklahoma's laying 42 at home tonight. And I think they got that sucker covered at halftime. And DC, I don't think there is a worse conference than the MAC in football anymore. I mean, the group of 5 conferences are Mountain West, American, Conference USA, and Sun Belt, and MAC.
For what it's worth, Phil Steele still has Conference USA listed as, last in his book. And I don't know if he does it by order.
Okay.
But it's close. Phil Steele's doing a weekly podcast. I don't know if we'd ever get him at all anymore, but he does have a weekly podcast to promote for what it's worth.
He usually likes to be paid.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't know with now the podcast going on if that's different.
Right.
And him trying to pump his digital end of his magazine. But you're probably right.
Which, if you've been following this show, Miller and Moulton like to be paid. Hello. Crack myself up, I tell you. Did you see Wisconsin sign Jack Del Rio?
I did not. Really?
As like an advisor? Huh.
The advisor role. That's something.
Yeah, I know. I'm a jerk.
That's fine.
No, you guys are alums. I know. At least, I can't say it.
I was going to say, at least we got something to say back and forth to one another. Go Scranton, CC. I don't,
Go Royals, baby.
The Royals, the Scranton Royals.
They're the Royals. What the hell?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 until we're done talking. The home stretch of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, no show Monday. It's a holiday after all. That's our last day off till Thanksgiving. That's basically contractually, that's all Miller and Moulton are allowed to do anymore. All right. Someone that we're married to has to be undergoing surgery, or it has to be a holiday. It's basically the only reason we're ever allowed to not be here.
You're implying that we're doing a show the day after Thanksgiving.
Well, that's still considered a holiday by many. It's not officially a holiday, but I mean, who goes to work on Friday? Seriously, who goes to work the day after Thanksgiving?
Where we both live, a lot of people in the golf industry.
Okay, that's true.
A lot of people in the food and beverage industry.
Okay.
I mean, that's about the end of it.
But I mean, no one goes to an office building the day after Thanksgiving, right?
No.
And obviously schools are closed. So, but anyway,
I'm
so
just
there
saying.
you have it. We're off Monday. We come back Tuesday. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin. That's just for starters.
just to wet your whistle. I like it.
Yeah.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Another day without a lot going on. I need football to start, so I've got some history. We got to get more going on here. But we start in 1890. President Benjamin Harrison signed the first U.S. law requiring the inspection of meat products. Seemed like a good thing. And anytime we can go the Harrison administration, we try to do so on this show. Ty Cobb makes his major league debut today in 1905. Hit a double in a 5-3 win over the New York Highlanders. 1963, the compact audio cassette is first introduced by the Philips Corporation. That same day, a hotline communication link between the Pentagon and the Kremlin was installed, often known as the Red Telephone. No telephones were ever used. Thurgood Marshall becomes the first black justice to serve on the Supreme Court today in 1967. Justin Leonard wins the U.S. Amateur today in 92. The Late Show with David Letterman debuts on CBS today in 93.
Man, that show, his first year on CBS. Paul Newman, I think, on the first show in the audience. Okay, because it was at Radio City Music Hall, and all of a sudden they come out of break, and the crowd's going crazy, and Paul Newman stands up, and he looks around Radio City Music Hall, and he goes, "Where the hell are the singing cats?" He got Paul Newman to do that.
Bill Murray and Billy Joel as first two guests. And Lou Whitaker and Alan Trammell today in 1995 playing their 1,914th game together, tying an American League record. Ted Williams would have celebrated a birthday today. Warren Buffett's 94. Robert Parrish, 71. Cameron Diaz, 52. And Andy Roddick is 42. What did I miss, David?
When a 94-year-old is selling a bunch of stock, that gets people nervous. He's been selling, cashing out. Now he's got so much stock. He's worth hundreds of billions. But he's been selling a lot of stock lately. People are freaking out about that. Does that mean he's dying? Does that mean he knows something? What does that mean? Got to admit, okay, if you're following Warren Buffett, if he does something, don't you go, oh, what? I mean, it means something.
See, in order to follow him, you'd have to have stock and be able to do these things. And, well, it's not really where. If I remind anybody, sponsor to 21,000.
So you're not paying attention to Warren Buffett's stock.
No, there's a lot of things that we are really far apart on.
So, back in 1776, this whole American Revolution might have been able to be avoided. But basically, the U.S. and the British, we were fighting over New York. All right, Staten Island, Long Island, what have you. And so the British wanted to avoid conflict. But the guy for the British, when he sent the letter to George Washington,
put the wrong stamp on it?
He didn't title him general. And it honked Washington off.
Not just like someone not calling you Dave.
I don't know if it's enough for me to go to war over, though. I mean, it bothers me.
Depends on who's calling you the wrong name.
So the guy tries to make up with him. And then at that point, Washington says, well, I'll make up with you guys, but only if you declare our independence. And the guy from Great Britain was like, what the hell are you talking about? I said I was sorry. I called you general. And Washington said, well, that's going to cost you our independence. And they said, well, then at that point, we're going to war. So the whole thing might have been avoided today, back in 1776, if he had just titled the letter properly.
Very interesting.
So I got one other thing though. I
Okay.
really did that I wanted to bring up. This is from my mother. All right, 21 years ago today, a very sad day. Probably the greatest crush I've ever seen my mother have on someone. Charlie Bronson died today in 2003.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't get it. Nobody gets it.
No, none of us got it. A rough-looking guy, not a good-looking guy. Okay, we all understood the Joe Namath crush. Okay, we all understood the Elvis one. Okay, we never understood the Charlie Bronson crush. She loved him. So there you go. By the way, the hotline today.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you said the cassette.
And the red telephone. That was never a phone.
Sorry. Gotcha.
It was they called it the red telephone. It's been everything but a phone.
Gotcha. All right.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
I got to get this good in. It comes to us from Brooklyn, where a 9-year-old boy left his Brooklyn apartment at 7 a.m. to head for school. Never showed up at school. Parents called the police, putting out a description of the missing child, including an orange tie he was wearing. CBS sent a helicopter to the scene. Big story of a missing child. The pilot and the reporter were circling around the building, and they came across a person sitting on a chair on the rooftop. Turned out the kid on the rooftop was the boy.
Come on, sitting in a chair on the rooftop?
Playing hooky from school.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off, baby. That's awesome.
For the bad, we go to India, where a 4-year-old boy went to Israel, not India. We go to a museum in Israel where a 4-year-old boy was there with his family. Near the entrance, there was crockery that dates back to the Bronze Age, from roughly 2200 to 1500 BC. The curious 4-year-old reached over and pulled on the jar, and the jar came a-tumbling down and smashed right in front of mom and dad. Why you'd take a 4-year-old to a museum is a little beyond me.
Right.
And why he would be touching things is even more of a problem. But the boy broke a priceless work of art. Finally, the ugly. We come back to the gritty streets of Naples, where Naples Mayor Teresa Heitman was arrested and is being accused of driving under the influence Wednesday evening.
Uh-oh.
A caller told Naples police that he and his wife were followed home by a woman in a silver vehicle. The woman stopped her car in the grass in front of the caller's home. After a short conversation, the caller contacted police and told them the woman was claiming to be the mayor and appeared to be intoxicated. When police arrived, the mayor was leaning on her car and she was drunk. She did a field sobriety test that caused her to take her to jail. She did a blood test or a breath test to determine her blood alcohol content, and she blew a .115 and a .169. The legal limit is .08. Congratulations, Mayor. You've got yourself a DUI. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. $10,000 signing bonus for new officers. capecops.com if you want to be a part of the Cape Coral Police Department, a proud sponsor of the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Miller and Moulton have both filled out applications, okay? But since they know us and how old we are, we have politely been rejected, okay? We are appealing under the grounds of, it's $10,000 sign up. Doesn't seem to be working with the folks. They have higher standards than Miller and Moulton. We get it. We do. Everybody's playing in baseball, as you would expect. Have to admit, from a scheduling standpoint, Kansas City and Houston, that's the second of a 4-gamer. But Braves in Philadelphia. By the way, if you're Apple TV and you're actually trying to get people to watch your Friday night baseball, you've got Atlanta in Philadelphia. You have Kansas City in Houston. I mean, games that mean something in the standings. Yeah, you're in St. Pete for the Padres and Rays, and then the second game of your double dip, and I'm not making this up, Seattle at the Angels. And I know Seattle 4 back in the West, but come on.
The Dodgers are playing the Diamondbacks, for crying out loud.
Right. You could a doubleheader. Crazy idea. How about Braves Phillies followed by Dodgers Diamondbacks?
Oh, the Braves blew one yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
Up 4-0. Lose 5-4.
Yep.
Ooh.
Could have cut the deficit to 4 in the
fact,
East.
I think it's the division, David. I think that game may have just been it. You lose a game like that, forces the Braves to sweep the rest of the series.
Well, I will say this, Mark. The final playoff spot in the National League gets determined in the next 3 days. The Braves have to play 3 more games in Philly. Sale won't pitch in any of them. The Mets are on the south side of Chicago to play the White Sox. Mets and Braves only have 3 games left against each other. So the Mets have to find a way to make up ground elsewhere. I mean, don't you think if you're Mets, I mean, the Rangers just went into the south side and won 4 in a row. You can't even think 2 of 3 from the White Sox's series.
No, I mean, it's hard to think that way in baseball, but you have to think sweep when you're playing the White Sox.
And so if you're the Mets, aren't you saying to the Phillies, come on, boys, come on. Take 2 of 3 over the weekend. I know you just rallied Thursday. How about 2 more? Because then we'd be a game back on Labor Day. I think, Mark, if the Braves on Labor Day morning can still be 3 games ahead of the Mets, then they'll be fine. This is the Mets moment. They got to go and sweep, need just a little bit of help from the Phillies. Otherwise, I think the 6 National League teams in the playoffs have been determined. We do have a chance to put our system to work. Do you know the last 3 doubleheaders have all been sweeps?
Yes, they have, David, as a matter of fact. We bet 2 of them.
The Brewers and the Reds are making up a game from April today at 12:40, and then they're playing a regularly scheduled game in Cincinnati at 6:40. I say we go to it. There's no way there's 4 sweeps in a row.
I think you're right. Might have to send me a reminder text. Busy Friday.
We got 3 hours, to place that bet.
I've got an early dismissal, David. I'm going to be in a car line at some point today. It's going to be crazy. That's all I know.
That's true. By the way, WNBA tonight. All right. Caitlin Clark, the Fever, in Chicago to face Angel Reese in the Sky. We going to lay 5.5?
Pretty big number.
It is. It is. Tell you what, I would like us to make another WNBA bet tonight.
Oh, boy.
The New York Liberty, best team in the league, went to Los Angeles and played the worst team in the league on Wednesday and lost. Very embarrassing loss. So now, after a day off, they're in Seattle to play the Storm. I say we lay the 2.5 with the Liberty.
I like that better than the Caitlin Clark bet. Okay. I really do.
Oklahoma, a 6-touchdown favorite tonight at home against Temple. 7:00 ESPN.
Guaranteed cover for Oklahoma because Moulton didn't pick it, and he's been kicking himself the entire show, every single break. Have a great Labor Day. We've got the day off. We'll be back on Tuesday. Enjoy the football.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.